Stay tuned for a meeting of the City of Calabasas Commission. The meeting will be broadcast using Zoom and the city's CTV Channel 3. Commission members may teleconference into the meeting without noticing or posting an agenda at their teleconference location. Besides the live TV and Zoom broadcast, the live stream of the meeting may be viewed online at cityofcalabasas.com/CTV Live. If you want to provide public comment, press raise hand if you're using Zoom or *9 if you're joining by phone. Just unmute yourself by pressing *6. Say your name and the city you live in. You'll be allowed 3 minutes to address the commission regarding any item within the subject matter jurisdiction of the commission. If the power or internet goes out lasting more than 15 minutes, or if there's some event that prevents the commission from meeting or prevents you from providing public comment, then the meeting will be adjourned. Any items noticed as public hearings will be rescheduled to the next regular commission meeting. Any other agenda items the commission has not taken action on will be placed on a future agenda. Now, a meeting of the City of Calabasas Commission.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this regular meeting of the Planning Commission of the City of Calabasas for January 19th, 2023. The meeting is called to order, and I will note for the record that all commissioners are present. Let's see. Commissioner Washburn, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Despite my clogged ear, I'm happy to salute the flag of our nation and kick off the important issues of the meeting this evening. Please place your right hand over your heart and repeat with me. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United
States of America
and to the
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any changes to the agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the agenda is approved as provided. Commissioners, do we have any announcements or introductions? Commissioner Washburn.
I would just remind everybody that, albeit not having emerged from the pandemic, we've learned enough to be able to say that we can go back and enjoy the facilities of our city. So I would encourage anybody who's 50 plus and who would like to be a member of our Savvy Seniors program and our senior center of the City of Calabasas, and who might like actually to see one of the spring catalogs of all the basically University of Calabasas kinds of courses we have here. You can go to calabasasseniorcenter.com and sign up, and you're welcome back.
Wonderful, thank you. And on to oral communications. I'm sorry, Commissioner Harrison.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
My apologies.
It's all right. I just want to congratulate Greg Byrne on becoming a regular planning commissioner, and thank John for his decades of years and years of service on the planning commission. Then I have two sad notes. One is the passing of Toby Keeler, who was a former planning commissioner and also a former president of the Las Virgenes Homeowners Federation, and also Carol Elliott, who was from Mountain View Estates, who helped us fight the Amundsen Ranch development years ago. Anyway, I just wanted to mention that.
All right, thank you. You beat me to it with regard to Commissioner Mueller and Commissioner Byrne. I was going to address that at the reorganization stage of our meeting, but you dealt with it beautifully, so consider it done. Okay, any other announcements? Nope. Okay. Now we move on to oral communications. This is the portion of the meeting for citizens wishing to address the commission on items that are not on the agenda. If you would like to address the commission on something that is not on the agenda, please hit the raise your hand button.
Good evening, Sheriff Asperg. We have one member in the public that has their hand raised.
Okay, can you let them in, please?
Yes.
Good evening. Can you unmute yourself and please state your name and city of residence? I assume that was Anita McQuillan.
Yes, that's the hand that's up.
Sorry, I haven't got a hand up.
Okay, so you were not wishing to?
No, I'm not.
Okay, you may want to find that raised. There you go. It disappeared. Okay, you can, Michael, can you remove her from the? Thank you. Anyone else? You have anyone else with the raised hand?
There is no one else with the raised hand.
All right, then we will move on to consent items. We have approval of the minutes of the meeting of December 15th, 2022. Do we have any corrections or a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the minutes of the meeting of December 15th, 2022 are approved. All right, we are on to the reorganization of the Planning Commission, and I will just refer to Commissioner Harrison's comments with regard to congratulations, Commissioner Byrne, and we're glad to still have you here for a bit, Commissioner Mueller, as our alternate. Before we open this up, we will be electing a new chair and vice chair. I have termed out, as they say. I did want to say something, and I wanted to float the name of Dennis Washburn as chair, and I know that this is a little bit out of the ordinary, but I feel that we're coming to the end of an era here, coming very close to the end of an era. Anyone who has been involved in the city of Calabasas knows who Dennis Washburn is, knows his history with this city. It goes back long before the city was a city. I believe that Dennis's involvement goes back to 1978, if I am not mistaken. Dennis has lived through more general plans than I think anyone still around in the city. And, you know, with all the things that we have going on, with all the crises we have going on, no one has the corporate memory that Dennis Washburn has. And, you know, he's been involved in the entire history of this city. And I suspect that we are seeing the last term without that doesn't sound good in some respects.
Please don't get morbid on me here.
Well, a decision gets made by everyone sooner or later, that the time has come to move on. And thankfully, that is not right now for Commissioner Washburn. But I think this is going to be his last opportunity to sit as chair of this commission, and out of respect, I would like to nominate Dennis Washburn as the chair. Is now, Matt, do we take any and all nominations, or do we take each nomination as it comes, seek a second? How do we do this?
Nominations don't require a second. Historically, we have seen if there are any other nominations and then had folks vote. If there's more than one nomination, folks could simply vote by name who they support. If there's only one nomination, then it'd just be vote on the one nomination we have in hand. I'm not sure there's more nominations. If there are, now would be the appropriate time to make alternate nominations.
Okay.
If there
Are
are
there any, Commissioner Leah?
Yes, with all due respects to Commissioner Washburn, I'd like to nominate Commissioner Harrison for chair.
Okay. Are there any further nominations?
Can I just ask, Matt, I'm assuming I'm not voting.
That's correct, because we have all five
Right, I understand.
permanent commissioners present. That's correct.
Okay. All right, then I would ask all those in favor of Commissioner Washburn as our next chair, please. Now, how do we need to do this, Matt?
So I would
can we
suggest,
raise
because
the
there's,
hand?
with two nominations, rather than running two votes, yay or nay on Harrison, yay or nay on Washburn, it may be
Yeah.
simpler if folks simply vote as each commissioner is called, Washburn or Harrison. I recognize it's awkward to do this in public, but that we have no way around. The Brown Act is very clear, no secret votes. So
Right.
that would be my recommendation,
Okay.
is simply for each commissioner to vote who you prefer.
Okay. Since I made the nomination, I will cast my vote for Commissioner Washburn. Commissioner Harrison.
I'll cast it for myself.
Okay. Commissioner Leah,
Harrison,
Commissioner Washburn,
For myself,
Commissioner Byrne.
Michael Harrison.
All right. Congratulations, Commissioner Harrison. You are our new chair. Do we have nominations for vice chair?
Yes, I nominate Bob Leah for vice chair.
Okay. Are there any other nominations?
Well, I can't vote, but can I nominate?
You can nominate. Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't either.
Matt,
That's why I asked.
that's a very good question.
I'm not sure if we've come across that one before, but typically we allow the non-voting commission, the alternate commissioner, to provide comments in full, but just not to vote. So I think you can make a nomination, that'd be fine, and then, but you wouldn't be able to vote on it.
Okay. And that, if that's correct law, and I think it probably is, I would nominate for vice chair, Commissioner Washburn.
So again, we will take a roll call. Commissioner Washburn,
well, I'll vote for myself. I'd be happy to back up Mike.
and I also will vote for Commissioner Washburn as vice chair. Commissioner Byrne,
Commissioner Leah.
Commissioner Harrison,
Commissioner Leah.
Commissioner Leah.
I will vote for myself.
Okay, congratulations, Commissioner Leah. You will be the vice chair. And if I am not mistaken, Matt, please guide me here. I believe I will turn the meeting over to Commissioner Harrison.
That is correct. That has been the city's practice. With great thanks to Commissioner Fosberg for her service as chair and welcoming Chair Harrison and Vice Chair Leah, we pass the virtual gavel.
Oh, thank you very much, Matt.
We'll work
This
on
is-
an actual gavel.
This is where we change our seats, right? Or
Yeah, we would move seats and so forth.
So we'll
Yeah,
everybody
move
would
now.
see.
I am virtually getting up from the center chair and switching places with you, Michael.
Wendy, I just wanted to thank you so much for everything you've done over the past couple of years, and you're such a professional. I mean, I know this is your job too, but you did such a good job on as a chair, and there's nothing negative I could possibly say about Dennis's role as chair. I mean, I think he's like the best chair I've ever had. So no aspersions there, but I look forward to the next term, and we'll rotate the way it's supposed to be done. So I think I appreciate the support. I guess the next item then is a public hearing, file number SPR 2022-010. And how would,
If I may,
yeah, yes.
Commissioner.
Oh,
Chair
I'm sorry.
Harrison,
Yes.
I'm sorry. If I may, as a result of a professional conflict, I am required to recuse myself from this particular item. So I will remove myself temporarily from the meeting, and I will be back on as soon as you move on from this item. Thank you.
Oh, all right. I understand. Thank you.
And thank you, Commissioner Fosberg. In the Zoom world, the recusal is to turn off the video and the microphone, but you don't have to leave the Zoom meeting. You just turn it all off.
And how
And
will
then
she
that counts
know
as leaving the
when
room.
we're
That's
on?
how I'll know how to re-enter.
Oh, so
Thank
you'll
you.
hear, you'll hear. Okay, great. Okay. So
Thank you.
you'll reappear. All right, would staff like to, is this yours, Jacqueline, or would you like to begin?
Yes, thank you, Chair Harrison.
Oh, thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay. All right, good evening, commissioners. I want to start out by mentioning that this project was noticed to all property owners within 500 feet of the subject site. The public hearing notice was also posted on the city's website and throughout the city at all required locations. Staff did receive several items of public correspondence in regards to this project. We received 1 letter of opposition and 9 emails in support of the project. All public correspondence was posted on the city's website on the agenda and has been distributed via email to all commissioners. Before I start out, I also do want to mention there is a typo within the staff report in the technical appendix. So that is, or within the home comparison of the technical appendix. So that is page 8, the average building square footage and average land square footage. Those numbers should be, for the average building square footage, 4,456 is the correct number. And for the average land square footage, 23,184 square feet is the correct number. The average FAR is still correct, and the rest of the numbers in the table have been double checked as well. It's just those 2 numbers that were calculated incorrectly. Okay.
May I make a comment, please?
Mhm.
I think that there needs to be some clarification on page 1 of the staff report and page 2, because the second floor square footage is 624, and the conversion of the existing garage is 892 square feet. And on the next page, top paragraph, it says the existing 892 square foot garage, or did I read that wrong? And let's see, 620 square foot garage and convert it to an existing. Anyway, help me clarify what that means, those 2 numbers on those 2 pages.
Sorry, Commissioner Washburn, are you talking about, is there a discrepancy between the 2 pages, or you're just asking what the what the scope of work is, to clarify the scope of work.
No, I can't, you talked about the total square footage and I was looking at the specific numbers as it relates to the garages that are being swapped apparently. So do I have it right or wrong?
Yes, I believe what you said was correct. To reiterate, there is a new 624 square foot garage that's being constructed. There's existing 892 square feet of garage space that is being converted to habitable space.
Right. And that's the way it reads?
Yes, does that make sense?
Okay.
Is there an error there that I'm not?
I
catching?
stumbled on it. I just want to make sure that it was clear. That's all.
Okay,
The problem is on the second sentence on page 3, where it says addition to the second floor should be the first floor.
I think that's the language that I caught, Bob. Thank you.
yes, I did not see that. You are correct, Commissioner Leah, thank you. 716 square foot addition to the first floor, yes. Yes, that is correct. Okay. All right, we'll move on to reiterate, this is a request for a site plan review for the construction of a 716 square foot addition to the first floor, 554 square foot addition to the second floor, 624 square foot new garage, and the conversion of an existing 892 square foot garage space into habitable space at an existing 2-story single-family residence located at 23939 Park Granada in the residential single-family zoning district. Okay, so here we have a location map. The project site is outlined in green here. Again, the site is located in the RS zoning district and it is off of Parkway Calabasas, located along Park Granada. So you can see here, it's one of the first few homes on the right as you enter into the West Ridge HOA. The site is surrounded by other single-family residences to the north, east, south, and to the west. Here we have a little bit more of a close-up view. Here's our aerial map. Again, the project site outlined in green. The site is currently developed with an existing 2-story single-family residence and 2 separate detached 2-car garages, as well as other exterior improvements, including a swimming pool and spa, landscape, and hardscape. Here we have photographs of the existing site. This first photo on the left is the subject site as viewed from the street. So you can see the driveway here and the 2 front garages on either side of the driveway. The second photo is more close-up, standing right in between the 2 garages. And here in this more close-up site photo, you can see the detached garages and the space between those garages and the residence. And that is where the bulk of the addition, where the project is being proposed, in this space here between the garage and the existing residence. Okay. The project proposal includes construction of a 716 square foot addition to the first floor, 554 square foot addition to the second floor, a new 624 square foot garage, and conversion of an existing 892 square foot in total garage space into habitable space at the existing 2-story single-family residence. And Calabasas Municipal Code Section 17.62.020 requires that this project is reviewed by the Planning Commission. Okay, and here we have our proposed site plan. So I've color blocked to show the different areas of the proposed project. So starting at the front here, we have the proposed 3-car garage kind of highlighted in orange here. And these areas are the existing garage structures that are just being converted into living space here. So those areas are existing, but the use of those areas of the structure are just being changed to habitable. And then we have shown in yellow, there's a first floor addition at the rear of the property, and then first floor additions right here in between the existing 2-story residence and those garage spaces. So that's shown in yellow. And then areas of second floor addition are shown in blue. So overlaid with the yellow, this area appears green. And this is where the second floor addition is. As you can see, the second floor addition is an extension of the existing second floor portion of the house. So it extends that out right here. So the area of addition essentially connects the existing 2-story residence to the garages. As you can see, there's still an area of 1-story addition shown in yellow here and here, flanking either side of the new 2-story or the new second floor addition. I do also want to mention, if you can see this setback right here, The existing property was constructed in 1987 under LA County before the city of Calabasas incorporated, so it is legal non-conforming in regards to setbacks. So the existing detached garage has a 4-foot 4-inch setback between the garage and the property line. Per section 17.72.020, subsection B1B of the Calabasas Municipal Code, an existing legal nonconformity can be continued up to 50% of the length of that nonconformity. So the length of the non-conforming garage is 22 feet 7 inches. They're proposing to extend that setback by 11 feet 3 inches. So that's less than 50%, which complies with that code requirement. An additional non-conformity on the property would be this pool, which you can see in the site plan is built over the property line. So the pool was permitted, constructed, and finalized in 1991 in this location over the property line. So it is an existing nonconformity. However, it is not a part of the present project, and they're not planning to touch it as part of their current scope of work. Okay, now we have the proposed first floor plan. You can see the areas of addition highlighted in yellow. We have a breakfast area at the rear of the house. And then we have these areas in yellow. Oops, not too far. We have these areas in yellow at the front of the house that are first floor additions, and that is going to be connecting what was previously garage space that's being converted to habitable space. These yellow additions are going to be connecting the existing house to what was previously garage space. And because of the fact that those garages are being converted to habitable space, we have a new proposed 3-car garage right here shown in orange. Moving on to the proposed second floor plan. Shown blue here is the area of second floor addition. As mentioned, this is going to be an extension of the existing second story area of the property. So here's where the existing second floor ends, and it's just going to be continued out right here over the new first floor addition. And you can see in this image as well, the roof below. So the areas of first floor addition and the existing first floor roof line are shown right here. So the second floor addition is set slightly inward from the sides of the first floor. Here we have proposed elevations. So this is the front elevation, and this is the rear elevation. You can see the proposed additions will maintain the same symmetrical look that the house currently has. Can't quite tell in the front elevation, but this portion is pulled forward slightly since this is the garage space, but looking at it straight on, it still appears symmetrical. And the proposed project will maintain the same architectural style of the existing residence, so a smooth white stucco exterior and a Spanish tile roof. And then we have our side elevations. As mentioned, you can see that garage space right here. This is that new 3-car garage. And then you can see the same white stucco exterior and Spanish tile roof. This is a rendering of the home with the proposed additions. This is the new garage right here, and you can see the new second story additions as well. This is what is currently a garage and is going to be converted to habitable space. So the architecture review panel reviewed the proposed project on October 28th, 2022. The subject site is not located within a designated scenic corridor, and there are no city-imposed architectural design standards for the neighborhood. The ARP reviewed the project and found that the proposed project is compatible with the aesthetics of the surrounding neighborhood and recommended approval of the project to the commission. I also want to point out that the ARP's approval was subject to revising the design to provide more window articulation at the front elevation. I'll go back to the rendering to show that. So the applicant since submitted revised plans showing that these garage windows are going to be recessed slightly in order to create that definition that the ARP was asking for. You can see with the kind of thickening of lines right here and the additional kind of shadows at the front of the windows, how they've recessed it slightly. And these revised renderings were sent to the designated ARP member to confirm that the ARP's recommendation was met. Here we have the home size comparison. So the subject site is 23939 Park Granada. With the proposed additions as well as the garage conversion that I mentioned, the total new building square footage, and this column is only comparing the home sizes, not the garages. So this is just comparing the habitable area of the residence, is 6,632 square feet. The lot size is 24,960. So the proposed FAR will be 0.27. So homes in the immediate vicinity of the project site range in size from 3,416 to 5,182, with an average size of 4,456. And again, this is the correct number, which was a typo in the staff report. So this is the correct number shown on the slide. So the proposed building square footage will be greater than the average for the neighborhood. However, looking at the lot square footages, the lot square footage of the subject site is also larger than the average. So looking at the FARs for the vicinity range from 0.13 to 0.32, with the average being 0.20. So with the proposed FAR of 0.27, it is within that range, which is between 0.13 to 0.32. And here we have photos of homes in the vicinity. As mentioned, the existing home has a white stucco exterior and a Spanish tile roof, and the proposed project will be continuing that same architectural style with those same colors and materials. These are photos of homes that are in the West Ridge HOA that all have a very similar architectural style of a white stucco exterior and a Spanish tile roof. So the proposed project will be continuing those same colors and materials in order to blend with the neighborhood. Moving on to the findings for a site plan review, the proposed site development is compatible in design, appearance, and scale with existing uses, development, structures, and landscaping for the surrounding area. And the site is adequate in size and shape to accommodate the proposed development features. With that, staff concludes that the proposed project will not alter the existing single-family use of the subject site, which is an allowed use in the RS zoning district, meets all required development standards, is compatible in design, appearance, and scale with surrounding uses, is recommended for approval by the ARP, is exempt from CEQA review, and meets all required findings for a site plan review. So with that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt resolution number 2023-750, approving file number SPR-2022-010. Thank you, and I am available for questions.
Thank you, Jacqueline. I guess first we can have questions of staff from the commissioners. I can't see. Commissioner Leah.
Yes, I have two questions. The first one has to do with the statement on page 3 about the pool going into someone else's yard. Do we have an adverse possession situation? And if so, need the city be concerned?
Are you talking about page 3 of the staff report?
Page 2 of the staff report.
Okay. Oh, the mention.
I'd like to invite Matt Summers, since you brought up a legal
I'm happy
issue.
to answer that one. So as I understand the situation, the rear portion of the pool and related backyard facilities encroach into the rear neighbor's property. Yeah, there's the map on the screen on the left side. That edge of the pool and hardscape and spa, that encroaches in the neighbor's property. That's not an issue as to the city. Obviously, the two neighbors will have to sort that issue out, but the city's land use power only taps in if they propose to modify it. Now, we would not permit any modifications to the existing pool off of the neighbor's property without proof of a right for that pool to be there, easement or similar, or a boundary adjustment of some sort. But because in this project, they're not proposing to modify it, there's no requirement under our code for the property owner to solve that problem. So it's an existing problem that they'll need to solve if they ever choose to modify that portion of the site, but they're not proposing that in the present project. Thank you.
Correct. And to add on to what Matt said, we did make the property owner aware of the situation. We've strongly recommended a lot line adjustment, but as mentioned, they're not proposing to alter it as a part of the present project. So the lot line adjustment wasn't required for this project.
Thank you.
And I'll also ask Ms. Rackerby to confirm that rear neighbor would have been given notice of this hearing.
Correct.
I'm not sure if they're present, but they would have been given notice.
Correct.
Okay. The second question is more of a general question. On the very last page, it says the Westbridge HOA has a credit of 47.6 toward the pervious service requirement. Does anybody keep track of how many borrowings against that 47.6 have taken place?
It's not a factor of borrowing, Commissioner Leah. When that neighborhood was developed, there were open space areas set aside. So as a subdivision, it already preserved a certain amount of area as open space, which is of course pervious. So that gets factored into a calculation of pervious surface requirements on a lot by lot basis. It's not a matter of borrowing, as you termed it. against it. So there's nothing to track. It's
Well,
just documented as what that is, and that's why there's a credit factor that goes against the project.
Maybe borrowing was not the best term, but let's assume that a lot of houses needed to rely on that, and they relied in excess of the 47%. Does anyone ever look at that?
No, everybody gets apportioned it fairly, so they can't do that.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Bob?
No.
Oh, okay. Then Commissioner Mueller?
Oh, yes. Jacqueline, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My questions are these. On the last page of the report that has the listing of home comparison, first of all, the building square footage of 6632, that includes the two converted garages, but not the new proposed garage. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the second question I have is, with this, I don't know, 12 or so properties, this is obviously the proposed project is substantially the largest. Can you give us any insight as to how big this is relative to the development in general? Are there other 6,000 plus square foot homes in Westridge, or is this going to be the only one? Any idea?
Staff has not conducted a full analysis of the entire Westridge community. From the brief look that we've had, it does not look like there are any homes that are over 6,000 square feet. There are some that are maybe approaching 6,000 square feet, but we have been alerted to the fact that there are some potential typos in the assessor's data. We don't have the information on the FARs for all of the lot sizes in the area as well, but let me go back to the aerial map for 1 second to describe what I'm talking about. Okay, so you can see this lot highlighted in green here. The majority of the homes in Westridge are of a similar size, but as you can see going farther back in the community, farther west, the lot sizes do kind of decrease in size. So if we were to do a FAR analysis of the entire Westridge community, the average FAR would likely be much higher than for these properties. Since looking at them, you can visually see that although the home sizes remain relatively the same, the lot sizes are much smaller for these properties than for these properties, if that makes sense.
The resident who has submitted a document opposing this indicated that this is the second property on after the entrance. Can you confirm whether that's correct?
So it's probably easier to see in the aerial map. I think what they may mean by that is it's the second driveway. So, well, this is a shared driveway. This is kind of a cul-de-sac here that these homes all share.
Oh.
So this first home on the right is the first driveway on Park Granada after the entrance. And then this would be the second driveway.
Or
I see.
it's really, if you count the shared driveway affecting 4 homes, another way to put it is it's the 6th home on the right.
Yeah. It's the 6th home with the second single driveway after you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thanks, John. Any other questions? If not, then should we open the public hearing, Matt, and see if there's
Yes,
anybody out
that
there
would
who
be
would
appropriate
like
if
to
there's any
speak?
comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there another question, Bob? No. Oh, okay. All right. So let's open the public hearing, and I don't know if there's anybody who would like to comment.
Good evening now, Chair Harrison.
Oh, good evening.
I'm looking at the list. I do see 2 hands currently raised.
Okay, so let's hear from them.
All right. Well, now there's more. I'll start with the first one. Mary Sherman.
And if everyone could just say what city they're from.
Good evening. I'm calling as the president of the Westridge Homeowners Association. I'm calling to say that, to ask why some homeowners received notice of this meeting tonight, but others did not receive notice. The letter that was sent to some homeowners stated that one reason that a letter would be sent was because you own property that might be affected by the project. This home affects everybody who lives in Westridge. All 111 homes have to exit the gate that's located right by this house, which is at the bottom of a steep hill. So I'm wondering if how that happened, where the rest of the community was not alerted. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I think we had the same problem with the Chabad. It's something about the rules where you have to notify people within, I don't know, 500 feet or some particular distance rather than the HOA, which I think.
No, we notify the HOA too.
Oh, then the HOA should have sent it to everyone.
Let me clarify that if I could just very briefly. So as noted by Mr. Bartlett, the city sends notice to the HOA, who does with it as they will, and property owners within 500 feet. So that would be some, but not all of Westridge. Thank you.
Does that explain what happened, Mary?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Next on the list is John Rosenfeld.
Hi there. I'm the owner of the property that's being encroached on. I just want to confirm that there's no intention to gain access to the property for construction purposes through the rear.
I mean, I can't answer that, obviously. Perhaps staff can help with that, or do we have any information on that?
If I may, Chair Harrison, it's best to take public comment and not have a dialogue back and forth with each individual comment.
Right.
And then at the end, if the commission would like staff to respond to a question, then the commission can ask staff to do so.
All right. All right. Thanks, Mr. Rosenfeld. Any other comment, Mr. Rosenfeld?
No.
Oh, okay. Who else do we have? Sean or?
Yes, Sean is next and last hand currently raised.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Sean, Calabasas. I just want to simply say that I agree with the staff report as it relates to the size and massing of the home and the fact that it fits within the community, both architecturally and from a square footage standpoint and FAR standpoint. And frankly, I think it's great that a young family wants to stay in Calabasas and spend a lot of money to make a home that fits their family and support the project.
Thank you, Sean. Anybody else? Oh, Brad Hirsch now?
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I also agree with the ARP report. I thought the design is within the integrity of the community, and the appearance of the property is looks very nice, and I think we should move forward on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. I don't see anybody else. Is there anybody else, Michael? Oh, Stephen Z now? Or...
Yes, Stephen Z. Hold on.
All right. The names keep popping up. Stephen?
Hello, commissioners. I just wanted to put my voice in here on this. I did send the objection letter, mainly for safety reasons for our neighborhood. I disagree that this house fits within the look or the style or the planned community that we have here in Westridge, and that the entire project has been turned down by our HOA board, very specifically, who represents every single homeowner here. So the fact that this project has hopscotched over our HOA board to the city of Calabasas to get approval, and then to come back in here and try to build even though our community does not want it, this does not make any sense. I brought up several safety issues involving this property because the construction is so massive It's going to cause huge congestion problems, safety problems. This is an incredibly steep hill. There's a blind corner coming down from the top where this property sits. The congestion may even run out into Park Granada and Park Calabasas on the outside, but certainly it'll be problems for the people on the inside here. So I completely object about this. I do not agree with it. And again, we live in a planned community that's award-winning, incredible architecture. So why would we allow this abomination to be planted here in our neighborhood? We have voted no. So I think all these things need to be considered, especially the safety issues, which I brought up as being something that would affect us during the construction period intensely. But it also would be a clear and present danger moving forward. Again, this is a single family home that is divided up, as far as I can see, to have multiple families being in there, which means there'll be multiple cars. The setback has been pushed to the front. All the other things on the side remain the same. As you're saying, we're pushed up on the setbacks there. But for our enjoyment of this property, that was a low profile house setback on purpose, so that when people drive into this neighborhood, there's the room in there of free space, not to be crowded in by this mammoth property. And there's only one entrance to come in and out of this property, and that house, like I said, I know you're explaining that it's a sixth house or something like that, which is correct. But the first cul-de-sac goes off to the right. So when you enter the property, you don't see any of those houses over there. You just see the first two houses. So that's why I said this is a second house on the right. Every single homeowner has to pass that property coming in and coming out. And this is, in my mind, creates a huge problem for our beautiful community. Thank you very much, Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Zanato. Are there any other hands? I don't see any, but do you, Michael?
I do not see any other hands.
All right. Can we close what? Came
up, then went down, so no.
Should I leave the public hearing open then, in case somebody else appears, or?
We can always, I suggest close it at this point. We can reopen it if commissioners have questions for anybody.
All right. Then we can go on to commissioner comments and concerns and so forth. Anybody want to go first? Commissioner Leah? Oh, you have to unmute.
I think the traffic issues that were mentioned in the gentleman's letter and the gentleman himself are something that needs to be seriously looked at. And I wonder whether that has been done by staff.
The project was routed out as part of our DRC's review to our Public Works Department, which I believe includes our traffic and transportation. We didn't receive back any major comments from any of the departments or divisions regarding traffic. We haven't revisited the issue since the comment letter came in yesterday, though, but the initial DRC review of the project was no major comments.
Have they seen the letter that came in? Have they seen it and dismissed it as not being valid, or did they just not see it?
I don't believe so. It did come in yesterday. I'm not positive if that was routed to them or not. By standard, I believe it is only sent to the commissioners.
Okay, I think that's something that should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg, Commissioner Byrne?
I'd be interested in knowing what the opposition to the project from the HOA is. What are the points? What are the issues that the HOA has with this? That's it.
Well, perhaps they can comment later, or somebody can come back and comment. John, do you have some
questions? If I could jump in before Commissioner Mueller.
Oh.
We're not aware of the basis for the HOA's opposition. We have been informed via Mr. Zanato's letter that the HOA was opposed, and the comments tonight, but we weren't provided with information regarding the basis for it. I will note, however, the HOA's CC&R's enforcement is entirely independent of the city's land use power. So the fact that the HOA has or has not approved the project is irrelevant to the city's consideration of it. The HOA can enforce its rules through the CCNRs and that legal process, separate from the city's process, which focuses on our code provisions and is enforced through the state's monopoly on power and our land use power. So it's an independent question in an independent process. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. John?
Yes, Jacqueline, maybe you can address this concern regarding safety. This property is on the north side of the street, correct?
Yes, let me go back to sharing my screen so that we can
Thank
take
you.
a look. Okay, yes, on the north side of the street.
All right, so people entering Westridge will go by it and it'll be on their right as they go up this hill, and it is a steep hill. But coming down the hill, they're obviously they're going by it, but it's on their left. They're in a right-hand lane going down the hill. So I wonder if you can address the gentleman who raised the safety concern, and I appreciate that. I assume he's a resident of Westridge, and I don't understand, I guess, how there's a safety concern going down the hill when the car is proceeding down, and I'm sure they can get going fast because it's very steep. But the property's on the other side of the street from where they're descending.
Okay.
So I'm just not sure about there being an increased safety concern, unless he's concerned, and others may be concerned, that there's just going to be stacking of construction vehicles, thereby narrowing really kind of narrowing that whole entrance and exit. I don't know if you want to, if you've thought about or want to address the safety concern, Jacqueline, or on behalf of the city.
Well, if I could jump in and help Jacqueline with that. Jacqueline, maybe if you pulled up something that's a little closer in on that subject property in that section there. So the HOA, Jacqueline, if you'll show that street segment, that's a private street, and the HOA has control over that. So for whatever stacking might be necessary or requested, they'd have to get approval from the HOA to do it. They have room on this property to accommodate their own construction materials and vehicles because there's a large front yard. So absent getting an HOA approval to use that street segment in front, they have to accommodate everything on their property. Not on the
Talking about Park
street.
Granada.
Correct. Not on Park Granada.
So
So
in other
for
words,
them to be on Park Granada, the HOA would have to say, okay.
So construction, even though we have condition 14, which controls construction activities and basically says you can't block the roadway, that's talking about a city roadway, not Park Granada?
Well, I mean, you can't fully block the roadway. I mean, there's an emergency. We would still want that condition in there because, of course, you still want to be able to get emergency vehicles up and down. And you've got delivery trucks and whatnot, that it's still a right of way of that type, but obviously they have a gate. They control this private street. Obviously, they're allowing non-residents in for the reasons I just mentioned, right? Among others. And construction vehicles and maintenance crews, people who do getting landscaping, getting a room painted, it goes on and on. People who don't live there are in this community all the time and probably parking some of their vehicles on the street from time to time. But I would imagine that large construction vehicles, trucks and whatnot, that would have, or for example, a dumpster, it's not going to happen without the HOA authorizing it because it's their street.
Okay, well, I'll just very briefly make a comment, and I know this is more question time than comment time, but I think we need to do something with condition 14 then, because I think there's implication in condition 14 that construction vehicles can stack up provided they don't interfere with adjacent residences. And when I say the word adjacent residences, that would imply that there would be stacking, and there's nothing in this condition that talks about the HOA's ability to regulate its street. So maybe we need to put in something that makes it clear as to the difference between this, I guess we'll call it a private street versus a city street. I'm troubled by this. It's ambiguous to me. 14 doesn't control the situation as I had originally thought.
So you want something added like subject to HOA approval, stacking, et cetera.
Well, something like that, or making it clear that this condition only applies to
city streets,
basically. Yeah.
Maybe Matt can weigh in on this, but just to clarify, would we be allowed to reference HOA approval in a city condition?
Unfortunately, no, we can't lend our power to the HOA but the property owner is independently required to secure HOA approval. So it's a fully separate process. And if they don't secure HOA approval, whether for the project itself or for the construction vehicle procedures, then it will be up to the HOA to enforce whatever provisions of the CC&Rs that may exist. But I would agree with condition 14, the reference to no vehicles involved in construction of the project shall block the roadway. That should be referred to as public roadways. Block any public roadways at any time.
And Matt, you agree that Park Granada here is not a public roadway?
Behind the gate, it's not a public roadway. That's correct.
If I may jump in though, because this condition is a relatively standard condition, and we've certainly had other projects in the city behind a gated community under HOA ownership. I read it as broadly to interpret that it's not exclusive to just the public right of way, that it allows the city to look at and manage the stacking and the staging of vehicles on any road. That's not authorizing that they can do it. So ultimately it is going to be up to the property owner to come up with a plan that will work both for their HOA and for the city. But the city is just in charge of making sure that whatever stacking occurs or staging occurs does not adversely impact the neighboring properties. And it's been applied to other projects in Calabasas Park Estates, in the Oaks, et cetera.
So if I could jump in there, Mr. Klein, is it correct then that the past practice has been that the reference to no vehicle shall block the roadways has meant public and private, subject to, obviously any condition for access to the private roadways between the homeowner and the HOA, but we prohibit them from blocking a public or private roadway with their construction vehicles.
And
okay.
As
that I
mentioned,
would be okay with leaving the condition set then, subject to commission comment.
as Mr. Bartlett mentioned, even though it is a privately owned street, it is still functions as a form of a right of way. And of course, our concern is safety and emergency vehicle access, for example. So we would equally apply this as we would if it were a public right of way.
Can I follow up on that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So what I'm hearing is that in the highly unlikely event that the homeowners association approved a plan to allow construction trucks to sit on that Park Granada all day long. I know that's not going to happen, but if that were to happen, do I hear the city saying we can come in and make them stop because that's blocking a roadway, albeit a private roadway?
If we determine that the way that they're stacking or staging vehicles is a safety or access risk, then yes, we can come in there and enforce that.
And the reason is
with that, if it's a safety issue.
Yeah.
But the flip side of that is if the HOA on its private roadway says no stacking, not for 2 seconds, the city would support that because that's not creating a safety problem.
It's not a support matter. It's a matter of if the HOA were under their own HOA rules to say something like that and strictly prohibit something like that, they could be empowered to do that. And that would be a matter between themselves as private property owners, because in essence, they've all signed a contract between one another to manage their neighborhood, and their CCNRs might in fact give them the authority to have that level of regulation. But that's not up to the city to even quote agree with. Now, we could disagree if it becomes a matter of safety. If they were to allow something as you hypothesized, and it would prevent fire trucks from accessing, the city certainly could come in and say, you can't do that.
And the basis for that is inherent in the CCNRs. They always include a provision of preserving access for public safety for police and fire. And that is in part in favor of the city. There's an underlying easement over those roadways, all private roadways in the city, through the original development agreement approvals or agreement or development approvals for safety access. That's what we would be enforcing, plus our land use power. It's a matter of getting two yeses. They need a yes from the city and a yes from the HOA, but one yes from the other can't force the other to say yes.
Well, I'm hoping there are representatives of the HOA still listening, because this is now a matter of public record, and we've had a lot of people, high-powered people from the city, who have represented that the HOA has the power to stop any construction blockage along this privately held street.
With
So,
one
I mean,
caveat, one key caveat, subject to the precise terms of the CCNRs. No one at the city has reviewed the CCNRs. No one at the city is opining about what the CCNRs do provide. That will be between the HOA and the homeowner.
Okay,
If
enough.
the CCNRs provide that power, then the HOA can do it. But there's a key if then there.
I see. And by the way,
okay.
where will trucks, if trucks cannot stack up on Park Granada, and if this is really, as the gentleman has indicated, a multi-year project, I don't know if that's correct, but that's what he said. Where are they going to stack up? I mean, this is right on the main drag. Is there, there could be, 5 to 10 trucks if they can't fit on the property, but that's a private matter. They can certainly park on public streets and wait to entry at 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. I'm just curious as to, or is there really a feasible place for trucks to queue up, if not on, if assuming not on Park Granada?
There are options. It's not the first time we've seen a situation like this where there's congestion along the street. So one opportunity, and again, it's more for the construction manager to work out in consultation with the city, of course. But if they choose an offsite location for their employees to park, then they can shuttle people over. It's an inconvenience, and that might actually make the project, extend the timeline of the project, but there are ways around it.
And if Jacqueline could just bring that site plan back up to show the whole property instead of at this scale, then you can see here, you've got room in the front yard. The driveway.
Where, Tom?
Well, Jack, everything from the curb, front property line back to the house. They're going to be tearing up their own landscaping to do construction.
Well,
So
there's nothing
don't-
on the bottom. I would just sorry to interrupt. So there's nothing on the bottom because that's a hill. So we're talking about the front 30 feet or so. So it's what, about 1,500 square feet? I mean, that is sizable, but
The front 30 feet and
Right.
going on, proceeding north.
right, proceeding to the right of, okay,
Correct.
okay.
Yeah, if
Sorry
you
for
look
interrupting.
if you look at this image, the orange box is called out for the proposed addition of a 3-car garage. I mean, that gives you some context as to the size of the driveway that's just next to it. And so you
Okay.
can easily fit at least 3 cars.
Right, so it
parked
has to
there.
be all in that direction. Yes, okay. Yes. Okay, thanks. I'm sorry, John, do you have anything else?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Dennis, looks like you have your hand up. But you have to unmute because
Minder, unmuted. A lot of this kind of issue is affected by the phasing of a project, as you can you will experience. I'm sure all of you have in the city of Calabasas. You can't see my cursor, but my cursor is looking at the brown garage, and then the lobe of the driveway. All of that is frankly usable space, because not all the material is going to arrive at once, as you well know. And if there is a phased emphasis on building the additional garage, that 3-car garage holds a lot of stuff. So I'm sure that a management plan for the receiving and distribution and storage of this various construction supplies is workable on the property and not on the street. But that's up to those folks to figure out. It just makes sense to me that that would happen. What I wanted to point out, however, is that Park Granada has quite an island for the gate that enters and exits this project. And if the folks aren't already slowing down when they come down that steep hill you all referred to, they have to in order to get out the gate. And to get in the gate, ditto. And oftentimes when you're clearing people with construction materials or maintenance or landscaping and whatever else, they all have to be authorized to get in and pre-authorized essentially. And it seems to me that that's the primary source of control that the HOA and its leaders have to dealing with this issue. And unless they're opposed to this project itself, the mechanics of it, from my experience in all these years, is that you can usually work things out in such a way that everybody at least is satisfied as to what the outcomes are going to be when you're planning a project of considerable size like this. I mean, it's not as big as the original houses up there, but it's big, no question. And there's probably a lot of issues that no one has frankly even thought about when it comes to, well, who did what to whom when, starting in 1987. So I would just encourage everybody to step back and look at, practically speaking, what can be done to make the owners of this property and owners of all the properties in Westridge, capable of doing the most that they can to improve their properties and enjoy them.
Thank you, Dennis. Back to Bob.
Yes, I just want to caution, talking about that parking area again. You can't consider it just a massive parking lot. Vehicles need to maneuver. So don't say, oh, we can put 20 cars in there. Yeah, bumper to bumper. That won't work. That's all.
All right. I have some comments unless somebody else has more. I know, Dennis, you still have your hand up, so I don't. Oh, no, you've taken it down. Okay. I'm a little concerned about the architecture. The Westridge models were designed by Bill Pauley, who was the chair of the Planning Commission when I first became a member in the 1990s. And I wonder if the architect, I don't know if he's here because I don't see the list, but I wonder if they could modify the architecture a bit. It's about the windows and not just the windows of the garage. All the windows are being changed to a thin black metal with nothing surrounding them. I think they would all look better and more compatible with the neighborhood if they were surrounded by the stucco foam borders that you see on the current home and the neighboring homes, which we saw in tonight's PowerPoint, but you can also see it on sheet A0005. The windows in Westridge seem larger and more important because they have these foam boundaries. So like, look at the one in the upper left or even the one in the upper right. You can't see so much on the bottom, but the bottom has some sort of sills or something to accentuate the windows. That's the style. And I know this look of thin black windows is trendy, but I don't think it's really compatible. And also, if you look at the renderings, and it's also in your PowerPoint, if you look at page 4 of your PowerPoint, that image there, actually, that's really a misleading image. I've never seen anything quite so misleading in all my years on the Planning Commission. You looking at the garage on the left, you can't tell by the image that it's coming out 30 feet farther than the old garage on the right. That's just impossible to see in this rendering. That's very misleading. This house, this new addition will stick out 30 feet farther than the old garage on the right. It's only about 30 feet from the property line. And if you look at the garage on the left, see that I know why the architectural review panel was concerned about that, because that one's going to be sticking in everybody's face as you drive up the street. And it's a very steep street, so you can't go fast either way, up or down. And you'll even notice how it's slanted there. What you'll see is this big white facade, and you won't see that many plants because the fire department doesn't allow plants next to buildings anymore like that. But anyway, you'll see this big white facade jutting out 30 feet. And what most people do is put some kind of, well, either they put a hip roof on to slant it down, or they put some kind of architectural element or design in that triangle. Or if you go to a house that Dennis is familiar with, at the end of Park Vicente, that house has, on the other side, has a 30-foot garage sticking out. And Bill Polly, I believe, was the architect on that house as well. What he did was put in a vertical window that goes all the way up to the roof with huge surrounds, something to break up that big white facade that's going to be facing everybody. So I'm just wondering if the architect can do something with that, change the windows, add something in that triangle, which is going to be 30 feet farther, closer to the street than what that image looks. And then one of the things I was concerned about when I was looking at the lot, because I couldn't understand how half the pool and half the spa were on the neighbor's yard. But anyway, when I went to look at that, I noticed the names of the owners. And on page 7 of our resolution in section 4, it says the person who's listed as the owner of the property is not the owner of the property. So I don't know if it's customary for staff to check the title before processing an application. When I built my ADU, I had to sign, as the owner, I had to sign documents and submit them to the city. But this report is not listing the name of the owner; it's listing somebody else. So I don't know how the application's complete, and I certainly don't know how the owner could agree to the terms in section 4 about the indemnification agreement, section 4 on page 7, because the owner isn't here and the owner isn't even listed in the report. So that's a concern I have as well. Yeah, Commissioner Leah? Oh no, I can't hear you, Bob, because you're muted again.
I was an inadvertent hand raise.
Pardon me? Oh, now it's not raised. Anyway, so I hope staff can check. I don't know why staff doesn't routinely check who the owners are. Maybe they just didn't this time. But
if I could jump in there briefly, Commissioner Harrison, the staff does check for a title report. It's part of the project application completeness process. I believe we received a title report, and the owner on title is Barry Dadon or Dadon. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong.
No, it's not. He's not. He's not on title.
If I could add, I believe the owner is Ashley Dadon or Dadon.
That's correct. It's as per.
On the application form, who signed the application form, they identified themselves as, if I remember correctly, it was Barry and Ashley Dadon, and that's how it was signed. I believe they are both here tonight as attendees. And
perfect, because she's the owner as her sole and separate property. So I'm glad she signed the documents, and she would be the one to agree to the terms, when we always ask everybody. So, okay, good. I'm glad about that.
As far as the clarification,
then we update section 1 to reflect both of them, Barry and
no. He's not the owner. He's not on.
He's
title.
applied for the permit.
Oh, he can apply, definitely. So has Mr.
Right,
so is
both
the
of them
architect.
apply to the permit, so we'll list both names. And
Okay,
as noted, staff does check that, so I would suggest.
Can I just ask a
exercising
question?
caution on that front?
I just would like to ask a question, if you don't mind. Chair Harrison, what is your source of the information that only one of that couple is the owner of record?
when I was looking at, I went to a title company site to look at the lots because I couldn't understand how half the pool and so I thought, you know, how did that work? And then when I went to the title company site, it says who the owner is, and it's Mrs. Dadon. I don't know how to pronounce her name. She's the sole owner. Anyway,
It was from a title company database that you checked?
yeah, and the deed and so forth. You can see right there. He doesn't have any interest in the property. Not, you know, it's Mrs. who owns the property. So that's fine that she
Hold on, before we
signed.
move on that front, what Mr. Bartlett's getting at is that we have one commissioner with the information the others don't have.
Right.
As noted, now all commissioners have that same information, so too the public. The written title report that the city was provided is available upon request, and it can be provided to all members of the commission. The public can view it on the city, at the city's website. And thus all commissioners have the same information.
All right, well,
I do understand that both.
I can
Mr. and
send the
Mrs. Sedona
deed. I
present
didn't
and
want to make a big deal out of it. I
In
can
the
send the
future,
deed. But
in the future, commissioners, you have questions about something like that, please call us and we'll be happy to answer it.
all right, no, I just want to make sure she signed something and that she's present to make the indemnification agreement. You know, that's in section 4 because it has to be, that part has to be the owner.
And yes, both of the listed Zoom entry is both Mr. and Mrs. Sedona.
The listed what?
Behind it.
The listed what? Entry?
They're both listed as participants in this discussion and their hand is raised. So at the right
Perfect.
time,
Perfect.
it asks them to confirm the indemnification.
Yeah, when we get, yes, when we get there, unless there are other comments from anybody, no? And are there, I don't have it. I don't see if anybody else wants to speak from the public. So I can't tell, Michael, if anybody else is there.
There are three
Do we-
hands that are currently raised.
Is the architect raising his hands? Because I had a question about the architecture, whether he was willing to modify the windows at all.
I do not know if one of these hands that's raised is the architect or not. There's a phone number that's raised, which has been raised ever since you closed the public hearing component.
All right, so should we reopen it, Matt, or?
I think that'd be reasonable.
Because that might be the architect and maybe he can comment on the windows surrounds. Okay.
So I'll let the phone number that dialed in 1626.
All right. Is 626 there?
Yes.
Yes, am I on the phone?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, I'd like to speak about this project.
Who is
I
this?
received a mail out. I'm within the 500 feet.
What's your name, please? Excuse me. What's your name, please?
People for this community who moved into this community. We knew Bill Pauley personally. He won an award, 2 awards in the entire United States for his design of these homes. And he would be turning over in his grave if he saw this project. I'll tell you something, if you look at your aerial maps, on the left side, there's a dark area. That's all hillside. That can't be parked. And if they bring out a garage that far, it's a blind driveway to the hill. And if you look at your aerial, you see those curves? That is one of the most dangerous streets in any community in Calabasas. It's one of the steepest. And people come down it often at 55 miles an hour because I live near the bottom of that hill. And every day my life is almost taken. And because they don't stop at the stop sign that's a block up. And so we, in recent years, have gone up beyond our street and gone down another street, turned around and turned in our driveway on the right so that we don't make the left-hand turn. And I will say something, and I'm not trying to be abusive or rude in any way. I'm going to tell you the truth. This man who has filled out this application has had a business run out of the place he's living in, and he has people parking all the time on the street for his business because they blocked my mailbox up, and I'm across the street.
His business is in the house he rents across the street.
Wait, hold on,
from the
one at a
project.
time.
But in this house that is proposed for the project, there's another business. It's actually listed online, and it's a short-term vacation rental.
So there's been a lot of adversity and problems with the traffic on that road and the danger. It's an unbelievably dangerous road. I've been there almost 38 years. I know the area. Every one of you that wants to vote for this should take a drive to the top of Park Granada and then take your foot off the brake and off the accelerator and see how fast you go down that hill with no acceleration. And if you look at your aerials, you will see that that house is hidden behind a hill. That dark part on the left, if you're looking at the picture, is a hill. And I can't figure out how they put that other garage out there. Those people are going to have to back up on the street, or they're going to have to back around the corner and then come out of the driveway. And, you know, if people rent that, I don't know what they're going to do with it. But if you have new people coming
Chair
in and out,
Harrison, sorry to
it's
interrupt. This is,
effectively-
the 3 minutes has expired.
Right. Can we find out what this speaker's name is anyway?
It may be the case that the speaker does not want to wish to give her name, and if that's the case, the First Amendment allows it.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much. We have other speakers, though. We have, and again, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it. The Dadons, Barry and Ashley. Maybe you can tell us.
Hi, I'm Ashley Dadon, and my husband and I both own the home. And I did sign the paperwork to turn in the application for the renovation of our family home.
But did you not, have you recorded a deed in the last few days that I'm not aware of?
Right.
Because you're the sole owner of the home. He quitclaimed it to you.
No.
No, it's of record. I could send it to everybody, but as long as she signed the papers.
I did sign the paperwork.
Yeah.
That's all that's what matters, that she signed because she's the owner and that she is here when we get to that point.
Sure.
Yes, I'm here.
And good evening, commissioners. I'm Barry Dadon. My wife and I, we submitted this project. Just for note too, we live across the street at 23942 Park Granada. So, you know, we are, during any of this construction that happens in our community, whether it be our neighbors or proposed, we live around it too. I don't see any issues with cars on the streets. We have 3 little kids. We're going to comply with any safety items that the HOA might ask us to do. Again, because we live right across the street. We don't want to have a burden of our own living daily. If you look at that aerial shot, you can see that there's cars parked on the street. There's sufficient space for cars to be parked and cars to have traffic. We have a very large driveway in the project that we're doing to build ourselves our family home. And, you know, we will park cars there. Again, as a fellow community member, my neighbors, we will put as many cars as we can onto the lot. And if the HOA requests us to have offsite parking if we need for any specific days where there might be more workers than normal, then we would comply with that too. We're here to make a beautiful home and increase the value of our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And my architect is here in case you guys have questions.
Yes, I did have questions for him. So is that Marie London or no, there he is, Kier Maru. Okay.
Kayer.
Yes.
Kayer,
Yeah.
I'm sorry for my mispronunciation. So.
And we're here too with any questions you guys might have.
Okay, thank you. So I guess the next speaker is Marie London, and then we'll get to Kayer keeps on. No, he's not there anymore. All right.
Yeah, Marie London did have his or her hand up, so I will allow that person to speak.
Okay.
It's this phone. Hello.
Hello, could you tell us where
Can you
you
hear
live,
me?
Marie? Yes, could you tell us where you
Yes.
live?
Yes, I live in Westridge, across the street from this project. I drive up Park Granada regularly, and I understand the risk. It is a blind driveway. And I remember when the former resident lived there, they always turned their cars around on their ample driveway and they drove out head first and very carefully because it's a dangerous street. I regularly witness cars driving down that street, which I report to the gate, going in excess of 50 miles an hour, even though there's a stop sign a few houses up. Many people, cars, vendors, Amazon drivers, etc., blow through that stop sign on a regular basis and endanger everyone on Park Granada. And on garbage day, gardening day, all the days during the week when services are there, there's cars parked on both sides of the street, which obstructs the right of way and makes a very, very narrow passage through that area. The resident who is proposing this project also occupies a home directly across the street, or not directly, one up from it across the street that he rents. He's running a business out of both homes. The home that he's proposed is actually, you can find it online, a short-term vacation rental. You can rent it for 30 days at a time. I've seen people coming and going. I've seen the listings on several sites. If they do this project, it will probably be a multifamily short-term vacation rental, or it might have people living in it and also remain a vacation rental. I don't know what his business plan is on it, but that's what the use has been. And it's been documented and discussed by people in the community. On the opposite side of the street, in the property which he leases with his wife, they also run several home businesses out of there. I've witnessed that. They have vendors and their employees frequenting the properties on a regular basis. They park their cars in both driveways across the street where they own the property and where they rent, and they also park on the street. It's very hard for anyone who lives on the lower portion to have a guest who needs to park on the street, or a vendor, or the garbage man. It's very, very difficult on garbage day when the truck is coming, cans are out, and then all the workers are coming too. So to add more square footage and more uses to this property would be a detriment for all of us. And I would like to know, how many families is this structure being designed to hold? Will it have multiple kitchens? Will it be designed with separate rooms for separate entrances for maybe 1 or 2 or 3 guest houses? I don't know. I'm asking the question. I'd like to know more detail to the plan than just diagrams and square footage blocking. I know personally you need to drive up this hill and
Sorry, that
drive
is the
down
3
this
minutes.
hill before you vote
Thank
for
you.
it. My background is architecture. I've worked on schools and airports, and I am
Chair
very much.
Harrison, should we move on to the next?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your comments, Ms. London. And you're free to send in correspondence if you wish. So let's see. Mr. Maru, is it? The
Yes.
architect? Can you answer some of these questions and also my concerns about all the windows?
Hi, sir. I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sounds great. I will try to answer as best as I can remember the plethora of questions that came through. Regarding the driveway, I guess we can start with that. If you take a look at the site plan, the driveway is specifically and purposefully designed with that bulge and traffic analysis, car analysis, turning radius analysis to ensure that cars do not back up straight onto the street. It's purposely designed where cars can back up into that bulge and, as mentioned, drive onto Park Granada head first, check both ways before turning. So that safety concern there is something to note. Secondly, there was a comment about the rendering and the view. Just to make it clear, none of the renderings or views have been altered or faked in any way. It's a 3D model as designed, how the project is designed, and the view is taken at an eye level perspective straight off of Park Granada and rendered that way. So what you do see in the rendering in terms of massing is what it will look like. 30 feet, it is coming out. It is still almost 40 feet from the property line, which is significantly greater than many of the homes in the community. We've driven down the community and seen homes that are within 10 feet, within 20 feet of the property line. There's even a house you'll see on the slides where the garages and the driveway are literally right up against the property line, in which cars are backing up onto the street in order to get out. This is almost 40 feet back. And that's just the garage facade. Cars that come into that driveway and make that turn into a garage, you're talking about a car going almost 50, 60 feet into the site before it turns and goes into that garage. So that setback is maintained. In terms of the architecture itself, again, there was no intention or purposeful design aesthetic in which we wanted to significantly change the architecture or destroy any of the previous architects' designs. The house, if you look before and after, it's literally been stretched out towards the street just to encapsulate that area between the main house and those existing garages. The roof lines are the same, the height is the same, the colors, the materials, the roof material, all of it is the same. The profile is the same. Even that symmetry, which somebody had mentioned before on both sides, has remained the same. And so we've done a lot to try to maintain that as much as possible. The comment regarding the windows, this was something we went back and forth with the ARP. And as I understand, the ARP's job as an architectural review board is to approve something major like that. And based on showing them comparisons in the neighborhood of other homes that have removed those trims and gone to a more streamlined style, which we showed significant pictures, at least 7, 8 homes have done that. And the ARP all agreed and voted that it was okay and it was in line with the community. And so we kind of moved forward. As Jacqueline mentioned, their main comment was recessing those windows a few inches to give it that shadow look, which we did comply with. I'm sure if there's something more that the Planning Commission wants in terms of adding that trim, we could obviously go back. That I don't see that as like a major item to completely derail the project. That's a decorative trim that can be added. But just so you know, that point was discussed with the ARP in great detail, and at the end of it, even they agreed in a majority vote that it's not needed. It's something that's old. It was done in the past, and to remove that, it still kept the architecture looking and the massing looking in line with the community, essentially. Was there any questions that I may have missed that you would like to ask?
Well, I was the one, this is Michael Harrison. I was the one who was concerned about the foam borders, the stucco borders around the windows, but especially with the garage with these triangular area above those 3 windows. And remember, there probably won't be plants between 2 of them. So it's going to be a big white facade that's about 30 feet from the property line. And I was wondering if you could either put some decorative thing, even a vent in that triangle, or like the house on Park Vicente, make the middle window go all the way up and down with borders, something to reduce the white massing in the front of the garage windows.
It certainly can be done. I think that's something we can certainly look at. Yeah. The current profile of the home doesn't have a vent and has that large, white facade. There's a single window in the current, and now we've gone to 3. So we have broken that facade down in terms of that blank white space, times 3 as compared to how it is right now. But yeah, that's definitely something I think we can speak with the owner and see if that can be looked at, if it's a major point.
Okay, thank you.
I do want to note that 3 minutes has expired, but since this is
sorry.
the architect, I know there were questions of the architect, I did not stop it.
Do any of the other commissioners want to speak with the architect? No? All right, well, thank you. Thank you very much for appearing. And
no problem.
So let's see, we still have JG, I guess it is.
JG, which
and if you could just tell us what city you live in and your name.
I don't know how it said JG, but at any rate, I'm a Westridge resident. Good evening. I wasn't planning on speaking. I've lived in Westridge for 25 years. I live right on Park Granada. And I just wanted to say that I believe there are 3 custom homes already in our development. And one of them is right next door to this property. So it's not as if all of our houses look the same. One of my friends who lives on Park Rosso, her house is 5,900 square feet. And it's quite different because it was built 10 years after Westridge was built in 1987 and 1988. I personally welcome anyone who's looking to beautify our community and our houses. Our houses are at the age now where we do need updating. And if you drive around Beverly Hills, if you drive around Pacific Palisades, Santa Monica, you will see all the construction going on. And I'm in real estate, and those are where the property values stay high, is because people are willing to put money into their houses and update them. So I do support change like that. Also, I just wanted to say that we just, at our front guard gate, the HOA just put in new windows, and they are black metal. If you can look at the front of Westridge, they are Milgard Ultra series, which are the black bean, and they are black metal. And last, to the caller who called in about the 30-day rentals, our HOA is like all other single family homes, HOA gated communities. They do provide for 30-day minimum rentals. It's just the way all these HOA CCNRs were written, and that's it. But I do support change, and I do support people wanting to put money into their house in our community and better our community.
Thank you. What is your name? If your name is not JG, what is your name?
Yes, I don't know how JG got on there, but yes, my name is Randy, and I live on Park Granada, and that I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't planning on speaking, but then when I heard other callers talking about other things, I just wanted to say that I do support change, and I liked your staff report. I'm interested in architecture. I like the points that you made. You made a lot of valid points. I do not believe that everybody in our community is against this project at all. I have other friends that live in this community, and we all like to see when people do, when they want to better their houses. I know there's going to be an ADU being built in our community, and a lot of our houses are view properties. And I believe that the houses that don't have a view, absolutely, I would support that. If I did not have a view, I'd put in another ADU into my own house. So I do support that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think what happens with the names and initials, it's just where you're located, and somehow it picks up a name on your network or something, and you have to actually go in and manually change it. And I've had to do that myself. So anyway, I think we have Lee Goldberg.
Lee Goldberg is next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I wasn't planning on speaking either, but this is my first exposure to this project. I agree with Randy that I like to see people upgrading their homes and improving them. My concern about this project is its position in the community. It's on the right-hand side, already in a very dominant position as you're coming into the community. And I share Commissioner Harrison's concern about the 30-foot extension. If you look at the northern elevation of this property, it's going to create, in my mind, quite an eyesore coming into Westridge. It's going to be an overpowering block of the view. I don't have a problem with the homeowner improving their home, but I think the size of this particular project and where it is located as you rise into the community does present a significant aesthetic problem that I would find concerning. I also share the other homeowner who spoke mentioned that it appears that the owner of this project, who lives across the street, is running a business out of their home, and already now there are quite a few vehicles parked in that person's driveway and a lot of stuff going on. I am concerned about that issue involving this house and that now shortened driveway as well, that we're going to see more vehicles parked on the street in what is a very dangerous curve in our community. But my concern, having just now seen the project through this meeting, is the aesthetic one. I think it'll change the character of our community as people come in. I think it's going to be the way it's depicted in the plans right now. It is quite a big, bland kind of wall eyesore. And even now in the house's current configuration, it's a dominant structure in our community. And I worry the statement this home makes about Westridge. So that said, I do agree with Randy that it's always great when a homeowner is willing to invest money in their home and to beautify it. It helps the entire community. That's all I want to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldberg. Does Mr. Morrow want to speak again, or I'm not sure why his hand is still up.
Now it's down.
Okay, so we don't have any other speakers, public speakers then?
No other new public speakers.
All right, so then let's go. Any other questions, comments from the commissioners? Anybody want to begin? No?
Did you happen to close the public hearing? Or
I think we closed it before.
We closed it, we reopened it. It would now be appropriate to close it again.
All right, so we'll close it again then. Thank you.
Well, I will note there's another hand raised, Mary London. However, Mary did speak earlier, so that time has already passed.
Okay. Anybody, so can we then just hear from the commissioners, just their thoughts, comments, how they want to proceed?
If I may add or make a few clarifications based on some of the comments that I heard, short-term rentals are prohibited within the municipal code. So if that is occurring, either on this property or any other property in the city, we should be informed so that we could follow up on that. That being said, to my knowledge, overseeing code enforcement as well, I'm not aware of anything having been reported for this particular property. Doesn't mean that it hasn't, it just, I'm not aware of it. So I want to make sure that that issue is clarified, that short-term rentals are not permitted in the city.
And I would just also add to that, short-term rental is a rental of less than 30 days. 30 days or more, or month-to-month rental is allowed in the city as it is across the state. Short-term rental is less than 30 days. Those are prohibited. And if there are any that exist or of which folks are aware, then please file a complaint through the city's website or the Calabasas app, and it will be sorted out.
And with regards to the question about multifamily, this being a multifamily dwelling, the plans clearly indicate that it's simply a single family dwelling with only one kitchen facility. So I want to make sure that that is also clarified as well.
All right. John, I think you have your hand raised.
Yes, I think you were inviting comments.
Yes.
Okay. Well, clearly this is a controversial project. I've heard a couple things that I think need following up. Commissioner Harrison raised some good architectural points, and I heard in response the architect indicate that something could be done. This is sufficiently complex and controversial that I don't want to just leave it with, gee, do your best in the future and we trust you. I think we need to have some clarification on precisely what the owner, applicant, and architect are prepared to do to address the questions and concerns that Commissioner or Chair Harrison has raised. I've heard some interesting comments. I was troubled by the size of this and whether or not we could make the finding that it's within the scale. But then there has been testimony that there is at least one other property in Westridge that is 5,900 square feet. This is big, but it's probably not obscenely large relative to some of the other properties on the list. We don't have a good handle. I just don't know how many 5,500, 6,000 square foot homes are up there. Other places must have been remodeled in the last 35 or 40 years that's been there. To make this an outlier or an inlier, I don't know. I'd like to have that information. I am most troubled with the situation as to the construction activity. I know where this property is. I know where the hill is. And I don't like to have this condition 14 in this ambiguous situation where, gee, the homeowners association might have some rules, but we don't know what they are. And gee, the city can do some things with respect to private streets, but not other things. I personally would like to see a condition crafted once we know what the homeowners association rules are, what the CCNRs say. If the CCNRs allow the homeowners association to bar construction vehicles, then we ought to know that and we can craft a condition. If the CCNRs don't allow that, we can still craft a condition, because even putting aside what the CCNRs say, I do think that there's been adequate testimony to suggest, at least during this long construction period, there is going to be a narrowing, a stenosis of that road, and I'm troubled by that, given the location of this property and it's so close to the entrance and it's so close to the exit. So I would personally like to see a condition crafted, but I don't have enough information to craft it tonight. So my inclination, Mr. Chairman, is that provided we can do it, and provided the applicant and the architect and everybody involved is prepared to agree with me, to continue the matter so these outstanding questions can be resolved before we take a final vote. So those are my general comments. Thank you.
I would like to jump in though, with regards to the staff's review of the CCNRs, that would be relatively unprecedented, and I don't believe that we should get involved in that. That becomes a civil matter. What we should do is focus on crafting a condition that is enforceable by the city. And
I would concur with that. We are not going to get into the dispute.
I wasn't asking, excuse me.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was not asking for the city to get involved, and I'm asking the homeowners association to provide information to us by which and through which we can craft an adequate condition.
It's not clear to me, if I could pose a question, what information we need from the HOA to draft that condition.
Well, let's say, for example, if it is a fact that the CCNRs do not allow, do allow parking on the street for construction purposes, it seems to me that we have the authority to condition that conduct. I mean, we can.
The CCNRs allow parking of construction vehicles on the street. I agree. We have the authority to go beyond and prohibit that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
but I don't need to know what the HOA is going to do that. That's where I'm stuck here.
Well, I want to know what the HOA's powers are in order to craft the condition.
But we don't need to know what their powers are with respect, because our powers are independent of their powers.
Well,
it's up to the homeowner to comply with both conditions.
Well, I'll give you an example. Let's assume that the CCNR set is silent as to parking on the street. And we as a commission decide that there ought to only therefore be one construction vehicle allowed on the street, given safety concerns.
Okay, then the city can impose that.
Well, but I don't need to impose that tonight if in fact they have the power to ban all construction.
So your concern is to understand what the HOA will or will not do.
What it can or cannot do.
Also do it.
What it can or cannot do. Not what it will do.
We don't know what they will do, and I believe they're
exactly, and I can't make them do it.
Well, if I may add one other thing, whatever the HOA could do today can change tomorrow based on the board and members changing their CCNRs. So I'm not sure we want to rely too much on what their powers are today for something that we may be administering and enforcing 6 months or 8 months, 12 months from now.
Tom, come on. You don't think that an HOA this size can change its CCNRs in 6 months? No way.
Well,
that's not going to happen.
Another concern, independent of that, and I hear you on that one, Commissioner Mueller. The other concern I would see is that if the concern is not doing something inconsistent with the HOA, let's say the HOA's position is that it's, no more than one, this example, no more than one construction vehicle on the street, on Park Granada, then if we didn't impose the same condition, then we can't enforce it. If the goal is to have a condition that the city can enforce, it has to be our own condition. So I would recommend we write our condition entirely independent of the HOA, because we can't enforce anything they do. So if the concern is, the HOA is going to allow only one car per on the street, and we think that's okay, us not having the same condition means we can do nothing to enforce it. So my recommendation would be for us to sort out what the commission thinks is right, whether tonight or another night, and then craft that independent of the HOA.
Fair enough.
Because the enforcement powers are tied solely to our conditions.
But Matt, does that require then a subsequent meeting in order to come to agreement on what that should be?
I think that's a question that I'll respectfully punt back to the commission. Staff can certainly work on crafting something now, or if there's direction to craft it further, we could return after having consulted with Public Works and the city's our traffic engineers regarding what they think is manageable given safety. We can certainly have that consultation.
That would be my recommendation would be, if the commission were to continue this, to have our Public Works and Traffic Department review the project and make a recommendation on how to deal with construction and staging, or construction, parking, stacking, and staging.
Good point.
In which case we'd come back to a very early future meeting in order to resolve the unresolved matters.
Right.
Okay, do we need a motion then to continue this to the next possible meeting and refer it to the commissions or the bodies that you talked about?
Well, I think we should continue it, but I think we need to hear from Bob and maybe Greg and myself on what we think. If there are any other issues that need to be addressed. Bob?
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Mueller. And in addition, I believe that traffic should review the points that were raised in the letter that came and other items that came up about traffic down Park Granada. I think it's very important. And I agree, we're not ready to vote on this. It should be continued.
Okay, then Greg, do you have any comments?
I don't. I think you've covered everything.
Okay, thanks. I agree with John. I do want to see what they propose for that big wall, that's garage wall that's going to be sticking out. And I do understand that the mill guard, the black mill guard, is trendy and so forth. But still, it needs help. That big blank white facade. I'm troubled by the size of this. It's still significantly larger. I don't think the home is compatible, really. I'm troubled by the same thing John's troubled by with the construction activity. This street is so steep here, and I mean, anybody who's been in and out of there, it's so steep. And then lastly, I'm troubled a little bit by the comment from the owners about who owns the property, because I'm seeing one thing on title and they're saying something else, and that goes to credibility. So if they could supply the deed showing current ownership, that I would appreciate that. And so with that, I think we should and Bob also wants traffic to review this, which I think is a great idea, because that's going to affect the whole city if they're all stacked up outside it. Well, not the whole city, I'm sorry, but it's going to affect Parkway Calabasas if trucks are parked out there. So I'm not sure how we continue this. Or Bob, do you have another comment?
No, I forgot to roll my hand. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. So
I'll move to continue this to the earliest possible next or commission meeting at which we can get these issues resolved and before us.
Mr. Chairman, I would second that with the slight modification that I don't want to put the traffic commission or department under an unreasonably short fuse to come back. So, to the next reasonably available public hearing, given what we've, asked other people to do. In other words, I don't want to do this in 2 weeks if we're not ready, and then just have to continue again.
Right. No, I agree. They have to be ready too. They have to come up with things. And you don't want it to go to the traffic commission because they don't even meet every month or whatever. So
Well, I can't remember if it was the traffic department. I don't.
traffic department.
Yeah,
I don't know what Bob
Not
said.
not the commission.
Traffic department, not traffic condition or.
Oh,
traffic
okay.
commission.
Traffic department.
But so Dennis, if you would agree to continue this to the most reasonably available hearing, I would second that.
Before a decision or a motion is acted on, I do want to point out that both the property owner and the architect have raised their hands. So if the chair wants to open the hearing back up for them to speak, that I want to make sure you're aware that they've got their hands raised.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I did not see that. That's fine with me unless I guess the commissioners are done. So we can go back to Don's it's Mr. Maru.
And as a matter of procedural format, if the commission continues this item to a date certain, whether that's at the next meeting or the meeting after that, then there's no need to do a new public hearing notice. However, the commission could continue this item to a date uncertain, which would allow flexibility. We will just have to send out a new hearing notice. So just
I think the motion was it was more flexible, but let's hear from Mr. Maru. Is that how you say it?
Hi. Based on what I was just hearing, my main question for you as well as the commission would be, say this is pushed, to the next meeting and you're asking for some kind of redesign concept or options. Is that information going to be detailed and given to us that, hey, these are the items that need to be addressed, provided? Because my understanding was that whole process was done and we spent a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of months getting through that whole ARP thing. The ARP process itself took 2 meetings and, in addition to follow up after. And those were professional architects, designers on that board who all agreed that the design was good, the windows were good, we satisfied their requirements. If we're going back into this design process, that's just an uncertain, and this is just coming from my opinion. I can present something the next meeting, you'll say, no, we still don't like it, go to the next one, and it can be July by then. And then now you're costing the owner, myself, everyone time and money. Is there some clarity about this that, hey, if we do a redesign, does it need to go back to ARP? Does it just come straight to the planning commission? Is there just something specific we can do and satisfy, what you're looking for? Because it's very vague when you just say, hey, can we look at some options for the windows or adding trims? Because in our minds, we've done that back leg work with the ARP over the last 4 or 5 months and gotten to a point where even they recommended to the planning commission that, hey, we approve this design, we recommend moving forward with it. So that's my biggest concern as an architect. I'm sure the owner also has that concern. If there can be some clarity about that.
Thank you. I can give you some clarity because I was on the architectural review panel, Mr. Maru. Sure. And so I gave you 3 options. One is to put some kind of design element above the 3 windows, such as like a vent with metal, wrought iron or something like that to break up that big white facade. A second option is to put, stucco foam or whatever around each window. A third option is to do what was done on the house at the end of Park Vicente, Vicente. It's a cul-de-sac. And if you go down to the cul-de-sac and look on your right, you'll see what Bill Pauley, who's the architect for these homes, did on a similar problem, a similar situation, the side of a 3-car garage that extends forward. Yeah, okay. So those are 3 things you could present to us. It doesn't have to go back to the architectural review panel. We're the ones who, retain them for their expertise, but this is a particularly projected garage that's way out in front, more than any of the other ones. So I'm concerned about that. So those are 3 options.
If I could jump in with an additional point, the applicant can also consider any other design choice they might wish to propose to the commission. None of it will return to the ARP as noted. This is a planning commission decision at this time. The applicant also has the right to demand an up or down vote on the existing design without
Oh, yes.
changes.
Yes. If that's
If I-
what they want, we can vote, probably, yes.
If I may, staff will take this opportunity, I believe, also to help the commission navigate some of this by bringing forward some more information about homes in the neighborhood, their setbacks and that sort of thing, so that you have a better context, because we've heard a lot of comments about it, suppositions, guesswork about how this is going to look, and whether a rendering is accurate or not. And we'll try to give you better information on that.
Sure. Can you also bring back the HOA decisions on why they rejected this unanimously? I'd like to know what their concerns are. They must
And
have
it will
had it
be up
right.
to the HOA to give it to us.
All right, we'll ask them.
We can ask, but we can't compel.
Oh, no, I understand that, but ask them if they can, see if we can have that as well as these other homes in the neighborhood. So we still have the Dodons. I think they still have their hand up, so if they would like to speak again.
They do. And I also do want to remind the commission and the chair that we do have other business on the agenda. So we need to be mindful of that as well.
Thank you.
I'll be quick because I know it's getting late for you guys as well. You know, a lot of the elements that we utilized in our design were from neighboring homes in our community. So the extension of the garage, the house, one house down from the 23939 has the extension that comes all the way up that people drive by every single day, and they don't have any issue with it. But what differs between my house and theirs is that I still have about 40 feet of setback versus theirs, which is pretty much right at the curb. So theirs are a direct view, where mine is actually set back. We will have landscape in between. And it's also on an elevation on an uphill. So as you drive, you actually don't see my house unless you actually have to look to the right. When you drive past my house, you actually have to look into the garage, to the driveway, I apologize, to actually see it, because of the elevation change of the hill, as we have that all the landscape in the front. So you know, I just want to give that as a design point. As far as the white facade, we plan on doing you know, extensive landscape to beautify, to really soften up any looks that, you know, structures might give. That's in the plans as well.
So thank you. And I don't mean to take your time. You have more time, but I just wanted to mention the landscape again. And I mentioned it earlier. When I built my ADU, you cannot put certain landscape up against a house anymore. So things have changed. So like those, it looks like some kind of bamboo. They wouldn't allow that next to the house. So you can do other things, but anyway. Also, there were questions.
One other thing, and it again, as Margaret pointed out, all we're doing is stretching out what's existing. So already people are looking, if they look at our house, they see two garages there. So they're going to be seeing the same thing that's existing. It's just a little bit closer to the street, which is still substantially further back than the majority of the homes that are in the community.
Thank you. And again, I don't mean to take up your time, but there have been issues about rentals, short-term rentals. Are you doing that in your present house? And do you have plans for doing that in the house that you own?
No,
wife owns?
No, this is the house for my family that we're going to be living in. We rented the house across the street. When we moved to Calabasas, I grew up in Calabasas, and we love the community. And I bought my neighbor's house, which is funny enough, was from the sister of one of the people that spoke against it, who lives literally across the street. So I don't know why, but again, maybe it's a little all the neighbors around me. But it's for us. We're going to be living there. We have 3 kids. We plan on having more kids. I grew up in Calabasas. I love the community, and I'm going to raise my family here.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so again, we're closing the public hearing. We have a motion to continue till the next available meeting. We've given the architect some options that he should be able to come back with the owner, and then there's some there was discussion about the powers of the HOA on the traffic, and I believe staff was going to come back with some more information as well on the homes in the neighborhood, the comparable homes. And that was seconded by, there was a motion and a second by Dennis and John. And is there any further discussion? Oh,
take a listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Michael. What's the next hearing after tonight? Second? February 2nd?
Let me get my agenda. Yeah, February 2nd, and then after that is February 16th. But again, like I mentioned, you could.
No, I understand. So if we did a date certain, either the February 2nd or the 16th, I'd recommend the 16th, given the amount of work that has to be done. Then he doesn't have to send out notices and go through all that expense again. The city doesn't have to. So I have no problem with picking a date certain. I just want it far enough out that far, but not too far, that we can get the work done that we need to get done.
Is that date okay, Dennis, for him to
16th?
include in?
As long as it's okay with Michael and his staff, then it's okay with me.
Is that enough time for staff? And I'll ask the architect if that's enough time. Is that enough time, Michael?
It's enough time. I believe it's enough time for staff. Worst case scenario, if it doesn't make it at that date, then we send out a new hearing notice for a later date.
And Mr. Maru, I don't know if you're still there. But
yeah.
Is that enough time?
Yeah, that's enough time to present some options. Yeah.
Great.
Bob, you have some comments?
Yeah, quick question. Assuming they come back with new information, should the public not have a right to hear it?
Oh, yeah, wouldn't we
The
have?
public will absolutely be able to hear it in the updated staff report on the city's website, and we'll take further public comments at that next meeting.
Okay, so they will have the opportunity.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And we should get the deed, and we should get the HOA opinion, why they were opposed, and hopefully, and any other information, I guess.
I want to manage expectations. We're not going to post the deed on our website. And the HOA, if the HOA provides us with their letter, they're welcome to do so. And we will include that as part of the public record.
Hopefully the owner can get us the deed, because I'm concerned about that. So
staff will verify that the property is owned by the person that is claiming to own it, but that will be to the extent of.
Fine, that's fine.
And further, at this point, we will have both Mr. and Mrs. Dodone sign the indemnity agreement, because one signed the application, the other appears to own the site. They've stated that both of them own the site. Both will be signing the agreement. That will be solved.
Right. No, that will be solved, but there's also a credibility issue. So I just want to get to that. Are there any other comments? Anything else that anybody needs? Okay, so we have a motion to continue this with all that for February 16th. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? All right. So, and is that all right with the applicant to continue this to February 16th, or do you? As Michael said, otherwise we need to have to vote today,
Well, no, the motion's been made and
okay.
approved, so
the commission has acted.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
So that's that.
Okay, so is that the end of this item, or do we need to do anything else for this item?
That's the end for this item.
Thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Dadon and Mr. Maru and all the speakers for appearing. Is it appropriate to take a little break before the next item, which is also going to be fairly long, I think?
Yes.
A little break, because we do have a handful of members of the public and consultants and people from other agencies waiting for the next item.
All right, so can we take at least a 5-minute break? I mean, is that all right?
I like that idea.
Okay. All right. You all have 2 minutes.
And I'll ask IT to mute everybody's mics during the break.
Chair Harrison,
yes,
I believe we have everyone, and it's now been 10 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just just waiting for you or somebody to say, go ahead.
You're the chair, so I was waiting for you.
Oh, no, I'm here. And Wendy's back. That's good. So Wendy can participate in this, and well, everybody can. And so why don't you begin?
Would you like to introduce the item?
Sure. Are we on recording now?
Yes.
Oh, so we're back on. And Wendy is back. So this is the circulation element update and safety element update to the Calabasas 23 general plan. This is our third go at this, not to mention side meetings and emails that we've had. And Michael and Tom, I guess you're in charge. So do you want to brief us on all the changes you've made? You've made substantial changes, which I appreciate.
Absolutely. And what I'll do is I will turn this over to Rima, who is the project manager. I believe, Rima, hopefully, yeah, you have the opportunity to share your screen, so go ahead.
Great, thanks very much. Yeah, so we have a short presentation for the commission today, and then we can open up for discussion and questions after the public comment period. My name is Rima Chakra. I'm with Rincon Consultants. We are the consulting team supporting the city in developing updates to the circulation safety elements. We also have several members of the consultant team on online currently that can be available to answer questions. So as a reminder, we have been engaged with several city departments in developing the safety element and circulation element updates. These include the Planning Division, Transportation and Transit Division, Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. And as I mentioned, I'm with Rincon. We partnered with Fair and Peers to conduct the evacuation modeling, which is one of the appendices to the safety element. We also partnered with TSS Consultants, who developed the wildfire risk assessment as another appendix to the safety element. So the circulation and safety elements are both chapters of the city's currently adopted general plan. Both chapters are required by state law to be included. The circulation element provides policy direction to the city that aims to achieve and maintain a balanced, safe, and reliable transportation system. The safety element is focused on developing policies to help reduce impacts associated with various hazards that could affect Calabasas. So as Commissioner Harrison mentioned, we have been meeting several times. We met with the Planning Commission in July as well as in October to consider these updates to the general plan. As part of those Planning Commission meetings, we received comments. We also received comments from the Planning Commissioners via emails and letters. We've solicited comment and input from multiple agencies, including Los Virgenes Municipal Water District, the Los Angeles County Fire Department. We've also been working actively with city departments, and we're currently in discussion with CAL FIRE, who conducts a review of your safety element as required by state law to make sure it meets legislative requirements. And we've been receiving input from the general public as well. So the next few slides, I'll speak to the revisions we have done since we last met in October. So the exhibits to your staff report show updates to the circulation elements. The ones that are highlighted in yellow are the ones that were most recently made in response to comments made since October. One change that we made was to provide a detailed explanation of how the city intends to continue using the level of service approach, along with the new vehicle miles traveled thresholds that were incorporated into the circulation element. We also included that the city intends to prepare a new fee study that could result in new traffic and transportation impact fees imposed on developers. We added more clarity on how the city could improve operational efficiencies in your roadway network that do not necessitate the addition of actual travel lanes for vehicles. And we also directed that future updates to your current bike master plan should consider class 1 and class 4 bike lanes. The safety element is also included in your staff packet, and it does also flag in yellow highlight the most recent changes. We clarified the amount of capacity that the Los Virgenes Reservoir can hold in case of an emergency.
We revised the policy that directed the city to coordinate with the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District to make sure that they are maintaining the long-term integrity of water supply and water pressure for firefighting purposes. We added senior living facilities as well as Craftsman Corner to the single access map, and I'll show you that on the next slide. We also acknowledged more clearly that the transportation network in Calabasas could be impacted should there be a significant emergency evacuation order. We made some adjustments to the climate projection graphs that we have towards the end of the safety element related to extreme heat and temperature to correspond to the hottest area of Calabasas, which is in the eastern part. And we added additional data regarding historic temperature data from NOAA, from a nearby NOAA weather station. Here's the map I mentioned that we did update, where we added Craftsman Corner over here, and we added the Belmont Village Senior Living Community and the Silverado Senior Living Community. Some adjustments were made to the appendices to the safety element. The emergency evacuation assessment has been revised to acknowledge the capacity constraints that are currently present in the transportation system and how the modeling effort informed certain strategies that were developed to better help prepare Calabasas in the event of a future evacuation order. And those strategies have been carried over as policies for the safety element. And we clarified in the wildfire appendix, there are some maps that show higher risk wildfire zones outside the city to help the city and partner agencies and entities to prioritize vegetation management like fuel modification. To just clarify kind of the purpose of those mapping. Minor update to the implementation chapter to delete the oak tree reforestation fund, which is no longer relevant. And then just as a reminder to the commission that we did conduct a CEQA addendum to provide the city council clearance to take action on adopting the safety and circulation elements. There was an environmental impact report that was prepared for the housing, safety, and circulation element updates last year. But since that time, additional updates have been made to the safety and circulation elements. So we prepared an addendum to the EIR. That addendum is available as part of the July staff report, since we haven't made any revisions to it since July. And the addendum found no substantial changes or substantially important new information that would cause the project to have significant new impacts or substantially increase previously identified significant impacts. So to conclude this presentation, city staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve and adopt the resolution in your packets, which recommends to the City Council to approve the proposed updates of the circulation and safety element and implementation chapter. Following this recommendation, we would continue discussions with CAL FIRE and submit the safety elements to the State Board of Forestry and Fire Protection. This is a required step by state law to get the recommendation from the state board. And then following that step, the City Council would consider adoption of these two elements. So before we move to questions and comments or public comment, I'll turn it back to Tom.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to add one little thing about the people in the room per se. We're obviously doing this by Zoom, but I do want to introduce Ron Miller, who's a division chief for mitigation quality assurance as part of the Recovery Hazard Mitigation Assistance branch of the Office of Emergency Services for the state of California. And we want to welcome Mr. Miller. He's available to answer questions from that perspective. There were, we know we have a housing element, for example, which we've had to update under a number of state mandates, and we had to embark on the updates to safety element and circulation element because of timing related mostly, but then other mandates under state law that required us to at least do a lot of these things. So We do have a representative, at least one part of the state government. It's not CAL FIRE. That's another one that plays a very significant role on the safety element in particular. But I do want to welcome Mr. Miller. And if you have questions that would relate to that perspective, he's here to answer questions. And I want to thank him for his patience in sitting through the previous item.
Thank you. Any other staff comments? So, okay, so questions perhaps from the commissioners for staff? And by the way, again, I want to really stress how I'm so impressed with all the changes that you've made in response to the comments. Are there any other comments or questions from staff? I'm sorry, or from commissioners? No? Oh, Mr. Leah, Commissioner Leah. But you have to unmute first, Bob. Bob, we can't hear you. Sorry. Okay.
Should we do this by exhibit or have one person run through all his points?
So this is a good question. If we do it the way we did it before, we'll never get anywhere. So I think maybe we do comment by comment and maybe vote on each one, whether we want to direct staff to make changes or something like that, or
Yes.
you can get answers. Is that okay? We
Sure.
just do it one by one and then we'll clear it all out. So
But
go ahead.
if I could jump in very briefly, I would recommend at the end, if the commission is so there, it's drafted as a single resolution for both, for all of the exhibits. So we can discuss safety, circulation, implementation, but we would recommend a single vote if the commission is so ready.
Well, I still think we need to get a sense of the commission on all the issues that were raised by me and Bob and Greg, so that we can, make sure that all these exhibits are okay. Rather than, otherwise we're just going to end up again just having to continue it because something's, so okay, go ahead, Bob. You had certain concerns.
Okay, let's start with the circulation element. Page 6-2.
If I may, before we go item by item, do we want to hear public comment first, or do we want to go through this item by item first?
That's, I have no preference. So whatever you like, whatever staff wants. Do we
If I
have
could offer
people
a
from the
suggestion?
public? I don't even see people's hands up, so I'm not sure.
They may raise their hands when they're asked to do so. I would suggest if the commissioners have questions, our typical order is questions, public comment, comments. I suspect here the questions and the comments may be mixed.
Yes. I'm
So
sure
I
they are.
would, perhaps given that, I think Commissioner Fosberg's suggestions well taken.
Okay, good.
Take any public comment and then return to mixed questions and comments by commissioners.
All right, so hold on, Bob. Are there any comments from the public first? I don't see any hands raised, so please raise your hands.
There are currently no hands raised.
So then we'll go to, all right, so then we will
It
go
went up
back
and
to
came
Bob.
down.
Takes care of that.
Oh, so we'll go back to Bob with, you were on Exhibit B, and then we'll do Greg, and then I guess I'll do my questions and comments. So go ahead, Bob.
Yes, they have, it's tough since the big paragraph is about 75% of the way down. They talk about the Traffic and Transportation Commission sending recommendations to the city council. That should be reviewed by the Planning Commission first, since we will have to implement those. Traffic and Transportation to the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission to the city council. Feel quite strongly on that.
Okay, what's the sense of the Planning Commission on that? I mean, I'm in favor of that. Is that okay, Greg and Wendy, Dennis, do you have any, or John, any comments? No? All right. So that seems to have a majority in favor of Traffic and Transportation, then Planning Commission, then Council.
Okay. Let's jump to the safety element.
That is Exhibit C.
That is Exhibit E.
Oh, Exhibit E, I'm sorry.
Yes. No.
You mean the appendix?
Exhibit C.
Oh, C, okay.
On page 7-5, there's a big typo at the top. It's the same typo that I handed out the last time, but maybe we think that's how the word should be spelled. First sentence, P portions.
Oh, I think it's just portions. It's hard to see, but it looks like the capital P's been crossed out. It's very hard to see.
Yes.
I believe that's correct. It's a function of showing a red line. The capital P was struck to make the sentence work. It's a little p. The
So it's
final
struck-
version will delete the second P.
So there's this introductory clause with a comma and then small p ORTIONS.
Correct. Adding the citation for the proposition regarding figure 7.2.
Okay, next.
7-22. Number 35, it says required for newly developed. You need to add in existing and newly developed areas.
Sorry, can you repeat the policy number?
Pardon me?
It's 7-35, and he's talking about the fourth line, but it's highlighted there. It's on page 7-22.
It says required for newly developed areas, and I'm saying it should say existing and newly developed.
Yeah, I'm looking, but I think there is another policy that addresses existing developed areas to make sure there's adequate water supply.
Yeah, but in this area, this is fire, and there's no reason why we shouldn't say existing and newly developed.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so I mean, really, it's not that hard to add that. So far, okay, next.
May I interrupt for 1 second? We do, as was mentioned earlier, we have Mr. Miller, which he is here on his own accord to assist the city. So if the commission has any comments they want to prioritize for Cal OES, that would be helpful. And then he can be excused from the meeting, or not be excused, but then he can walk away from the meeting.
Well, I don't think this is going to take that long, so go ahead.
Yeah, if I could sort it out, I would. Now we're going to go to pages 9 and 10. Oops, I'm sorry, we're in the safety area. We talk about discouraging. Discouraging does not help a lot of things.
Wait, where are you now?
Where-
On 7-10?
We're on 7, I'm giving you a 9. I should give you the others. 9 and 10. On page.
I see
7,
discouraged.
9.
Yeah, I see
7,
on 7-10, policy 7-12, discouraged development.
Right, and also the prior page on 7-5, discourage. I mean, discourage is a meaningless word. It leaves us open to getting sued because whatever we do was not covered here. We need to be pretty specific.
What would you like us to say? Strongly discourage, or?
No, I like us to specify, you do it or you don't, because what does discourage mean? How are you going to discourage them?
Prevent development?
Technique?
Do you want to
If
say?
I could jump in briefly on this one, staff would recommend maintaining discourage, although I think we'd have no objection to adding strongly discourage to reflect the flexibility inherent in a general plan. Typically, a general plan is not, in this context, in these types of areas, a bright line rules document. It's a broad policies document that's then set up against the other policies. So if you have a proposed development that presents lack of compliance with a discouraged development provision, but meets the rest of the code, you could use that to push against it. But if it was discourage development in a landslide area, for example, but it also, to avoid the development landslide area, you'd have to impact oaks, which is also discouraged. You have to choose between the two. Discourage sets up a priority among the different policies in this element and the other elements. So staff would recommend maintaining discourage to provide a policy statement, but certainly we're open to commission's comments. And then of course, it's a policy choice for the commission to recommend and then council approve.
Okay, let's go a little bit further. How about we use the EG and have some examples of what we would do? Because this tells me nothing. I wouldn't have the slightest idea how we're going to discourage someone legally.
It would be part of the findings regarding development projects. If you have, again, to use a landslide example, if you have a proposed development in a landslide site, we would look at number one, is there a way to avoid the landslide? That would be preferred. If not a way to avoid it, given other constraints, then it would be, can you engineer it? But that's listed as a lower priority, engineering, higher priority to discourage the development. So they'd have to show that that it would otherwise be impossible to develop consistent with the code to develop in a landslide area. And then the question would be, is that still sufficient or not to meet the policy? But it would be difficult to, so for example, state simply prohibit development within potential landslide areas, because that's itself not a defined term. If you make it a bright line rule, then then we would have to define and map potential landslides in areas with severe soils limitations. If it's a broader policy statement, then we needn't map those areas. It can be assessed on a site-by-site basis as a proposed project comes up that has landslide issues or soils limitations. But again, it's a policy choice.
Is strongly discouraged okay with you, Bob, or you want
So it
something?
is, it's just that I don't know what discourage is without some examples of what we're talking about. That's the thing.
All right, I can offer all right. From a policy standpoint, I'll pick out a different one than floods and landslides, but we discourage development that would have to remove heritage oak trees. Our general plan doesn't say prohibit removal of oak trees. It does say protect oak trees and discourage development that would impact oak trees. So we have an ordinance that implements that policy. The ordinance has, as Matt Summers just said, the quote bright line aspects that say, well, if you're going to impact oak trees of this size, you have to do this. If you're going to impact them by encroaching, you have to do this. Now, it doesn't say even prohibit removal of oak trees, because of course, if you did that, you'd have people's property that can't be developed, and that's a regulatory taking. That would be the same problem here if you said prohibit in all circumstances development where you'd have soil limitations, for example, and that type of thing. So you need to have flexibility in a policy statement, as Matt just mentioned. So if you've got a better word than discourage, I welcome hearing it.
Okay, let's assume we've got talking about discourage in a high fire area. Would you be comfortable with, that's I'm thinking of as an example, would you be comfortable with that?
One point staff would raise is that under the existing mapping, as I recall, the entire city is a very high fire hazard severity zone.
Good, bingo.
So then you're discouraging development in the entire city. That would be in part inconsistent with the housing element.
If it's in a high fire zone.
The whole city is in
the whole city is a very high fire hazard severity zone.
So would you encourage development in a high fire zone?
It's as staff sees it, the recommendation is not to simply refer to the entirety of the high fire hazard zone itself, because that's the whole city. Draw lines within the city, or draw distinctions within different parts of the city. Or refer back to the housing element, which has provisions, and the land use element, which draw those lines between open space areas, protected areas, and areas zoned and cited for development.
All right, Michael, go with strongly. Discourage.
I mean, strongly is something, but or you could maybe try avoid, but I don't know.
Again, it leaves us.
So strongly is okay. All right, so
that's best we can do.
Okay, next.
Okay.
I didn't catch that. I know the two of you agreed to that. Did the rest of the commissioners agree to that as well?
Yes. Okay. So that's at least three. So it's on page 7-9 and 10.
10, yes.
Those policies. 12 and 5. Next, Bob.
Okay, now, next we're going to jump to the general plan implementation, Exhibit D, and it's just a brief question. 8-8. Coordination of circulation and facility funding. Have any been pursued and implemented? Talk about pursuing and implementing. Has that ever been done by us?
To my knowledge, yes, but we are joined by our Public Works Department, so maybe Ms. Holden wants to provide some information to the commission.
Good evening, commissioners. Could you please repeat the question?
My question was, we have to go and find the wording here.
I have it. It's under the coordination of circulation facility funding. And it says, to the degree feasible and to the extent permitted by interagency cooperation, Calabasas will pursue establishment of reciprocal traffic improvement programs with jurisdictions that affect and are affected by traffic in Calabasas. The cities of Malibu, Los Angeles, Hidden Hills, Westlake Village, Agora, and the counties of LA to ensure traffic resulting from development in these communities does not adversely affect city streets, and to ensure that traffic resulting from development in Calabasas does not adversely affect street system in other jurisdictions.
And I'm asking, have any been pursued and implemented?
Did Tatiana, in addition to the part of this section that Michael Klein just read, does Tatiana have a copy in front of, do you have a copy in front of you of page Roman numeral 13-8 of the implementation chapter? Because it goes on to say that the city would work with Caltrans, MTA, Los Angeles and Ventura counties, and then the same cities that were mentioned previous paragraph, with coordination that would include updating information on the status of development projects, roadway facilities, and then supporting regional public transportation along the freeway, coordinating with Caltrans, Ventura County and the cities west of the Calabasas to establish a system of park and ride lots along with active rideshare matching program, coordinating revisions to the city's circulation of bicycle plans with regional circulation planning efforts. So that's the totality of that section about which Commissioner Leah is curious if we've implemented any of that.
And we do all of that. The city works hand in hand with SCAG. The city also works with our local COG on regional transportation issues. Within the past, I believe 10 years, the Lost Hills Bridge was a coordinated effort with Caltrans, and 2 park and rides were built in the city. So
Park and ride
those are,
facilities, yes.
those are just some examples. But of course, yes, Ms. Holden is here to provide additional information if the commission so requests.
That's the information. I agree with Michael. That's what's been done by the city. And we do coordinate with neighboring cities on the regional projects as well as with the state agencies.
Okay, so you're saying the answer to the question is yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Let's move on to Appendix D, which is Exhibit E.
I'll point out actually that was supposed to have been marked Exhibit D, I guess. But anyway, yeah, the Appendix D safety element appendices. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, this is the sheet I'm going to refer to. The pages are not really numbered very good. It's in the executive summary
Of the fire, or of the emergency evacuation, D2?
of the safety element appendices. And it's,
I think you're talking about page 1. It's very shadowy. You
get
can't.
past the numbers on the bottom, and it's emergency evacuation traffic assessment prepared.
Right.
by
It's
FERC.
actually page 1, but it's very hard to read.
Yeah, very hard to read, especially with my eyes.
No, it's gray or something, the page numbering.
Uh,
But the executive summary, it's really appendix D2 you're talking about.
Yeah, probably 2 or 3. I could make that
This
number
is
out.
about evacuation.
Right.
Got it.
Population for the city of Calabasas, they're showing 31,000. Not in our wildest dreams. 22,000 is closer to the number. And I think that gross disparity is going to throw everything off.
Which,
Where are you seeing
where do you
that?
see that number?
Where it says population. On
It's-
description, purchase, area, time, population.
Not
Yeah.
sure where you're
Page
looking.
1?
If I could clarify where it is. It's in table E1 in the executive summary.
Oh,
Emergency
yeah.
On page 3 then.
evacuation
Those were
areas.
those scenarios, if I believe.
Scenarios, yes.
So under the scenarios, for scenario 2, where we modeled only Calabasas, we were showing 11,000 households that would be evacuated and about 31,000 people.
But we only have 22,000 people here.
No, but, okay.
I think the issue though is that in this particular scenario, we have to think a little bit broader than just specifically our boundary line. For example, Mountain View Estates considers themselves just as a postal code address to be part of Calabasas. So that right there would easily add a couple thousand residents. So when they're talking about just Calabasas, they're referring to what people that live around here would consider to be the area of Calabasas.
I think it's just a scenario anyway.
Yes, it's just a scenario.
I'm talking about the reliability of it. Okay, let's move on to scenario 1. Distribution, 40% westbound. We say the whole west side is burning. Why would 40% be going westbound?
Under scenario 1, we assume that the US 101 would be open in both directions. And if the US 101 was open in both directions, we had estimated approximately 40% would head northbound on 101 toward the west. The other 60% would head southbound on 101 and towards LA.
They would head westbound into Agora Hills, which is burning, Thousand Oaks, which is burning, rather than all going eastbound where there theoretically is no fire. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me.
It doesn't make a lot of sense because in scenario 2, which is similar, it seems, they all go eastbound.
Yeah, and then my question on scenario 2 is where is Calabasas burning? Because you have to know where it's burning.
So this is an example of how we tested different roadway network options, what was open under different evacuation scenarios. In scenario 1, we're assuming that US 101 is open. In scenario 2, we assumed that exactly the scenario you were describing, Commissioner Leah, that you could not travel northbound, or westbound on 101, and that all the traffic would be heading into LA. Under that second scenario, we assume that full citywide evacuation, and as Michael explained, it's a little bit larger than exactly your city limits, right? Assuming that the entire city would need to evacuate during a nighttime scenario and that they could only travel southbound on 101.
Not very realistic. Okay. My last point. Scenario 3, and this is just a comment. I think this comment is very interesting in that it was not included, that it is included since it was ignored during the West Village project.
Not following. What's the point?
I'm surprised that it's in there since that was never taken into consideration for the West Village project.
But the liquefaction of Las Virgenes Road, and this is an earthquake scenario.
Yeah,
And they're just in this scenario, and the Las Virgenes and Agoura Road, I guess, becomes impassable because of liquefaction. There's a creek, near there. And you're saying that they didn't take this into account in the West Village project.
yeah, they're bringing it in now. So I'm just,
Okay.
I was left feeling empty after reading this exhibit. Okay, that's all I have.
All right. Greg, you have some concerns or questions?
Yeah, and if you guys want to chime in here, I'll try to go through this as quickly as I can. Feel free to chime in. So let's start with Appendix D. And we'll go to D11. And I've talked about these maps before, and I don't like them. I think they're misleading. And I don't know that they belong in our general plan. These aren't official maps. The state provided these aren't official maps that any of the fire service agencies, any of these, this is a map that was generated just for the purpose of defining where we have a lot of vegetation and therefore we have more intense burning. If you guys want to keep, I would say get rid of these maps, both of them. If you want to keep them, then you need to relabel them, something like wildfire intensity map. Because like we said, we're all in the high fire severity zone. So let's not water this down. This, if you want to call this a wildfire intensity map, I'm okay with that. Otherwise, I don't like it at all.
Greg, I'm sorry. Where are you? Where are you looking?
He's on
Appendix D, D-11.
Well, it's
Thank you.
It's D1. He's in D1, Appendix D1, page
Got it.
D-11, and I think he's talking about
Got
page
it, thank
D12 as well.
Yeah, there's two of them, and so
Thank
that's
you.
my comments about that stuff. What do you all? Any comments from my colleagues here?
So you want the maps relabeled or omitted?
Yeah, I don't like them to say it's a wildfire risk map. It's more of a wildfire intensity map. It's based on the fuel load. And, and what is this
I
really
agree.
telling us?
I agree.
Yeah,
It almost makes the southern part look more dangerous than the northern part, but we all know that it comes from, the fires will come from the north. So it's kind of misleading. If it's just the intensity, I get it.
I mean, that's what you're telling me. It's the intensity of the burn. And that's, and so if you want to keep these maps, I would relabel them and relabel your legend.
So should we just call it wildfire? Would you suggest wildfire intensity risk?
Yeah, or intensity map, and then in the legend you just say low intensity, moderate intensity, and high intensity. That's
right. It's better than risk. I understand.
You know what? I'd like to hear from our experts in terms of explanation why that makes sense or doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
before we make a change.
So these maps were developed by TSS consultants who are wildfire experts based on an analysis of a variety of vegetation maps, topography, and satellite imagery to identify areas adjacent to Calabasas that have conditions that contribute to where the fire pathways might go down to get to the city, in hopes that the city and partner entities external to the city can identify fuel modification management, vegetation management priority areas, so that if you address the vegetation in those priority areas, you're more likely to reduce risk of the wildfire pathways going down those high risk areas towards the city. So for example, water courses help facilitate the movement of fire faster. And so the drainage corridors to the north of Calabasas are ranked as high risk for that reason. And so maintaining those water courses free of certain types of vegetation will help reduce that risk. So that's the intent of these maps. Certainly the way, we added language on page 10, D-10, to clarify the intent behind these maps. We also include the overall CAL FIRE mapping of very high hazard severity zones in this appendix. It's one of the first figures on page D-4.
I have a suggestion.
Yes.
Greg, I think you have a very fair point. But I think one way to work around this would be to call this figure 6, for example, Northern Regional Planning Area Wildfire Risk / Intensity Map. So,
Or fuel load, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, it is a fuel load, isn't it? That's
right. It's
what's
really what it
driving
is.
these-
Risk,
That's what's driving these colors.
risk / fuel load, something like that. So it gets both concepts.
Yes.
That's
I'm
fine.
okay if you guys want to make that kind of change.
Yeah, I understand. I agree. It's misleading because it talks about risk and it really means fuel load. Because
It only talks about risk, right?
Yeah, and the second page, for example, all that red, we're not going to be getting fires going north. It's just so that it's out of context. It's really just a fuel load.
Yeah, here's the other thing. No one's going to go in these canyons and clear all the brush. It's natural. It's open space. It's natural
Exactly.
land. No
Not
one's
gonna
going to
happen.
modify fuel there. So what's
Right.
the deal?
Right, I get it.
Right.
All right,
Okay.
is there consensus on that, John and Greg and I and Bob's okay? And
Ron,
we have a
would
comment
you like
from
to say
Mr.
something?
Miller.
Yeah, I was recently attended a meeting with CAL FIRE, and the meaning of hazard and risk have very specific terms. They are hazard plus vulnerability equals risk. Hazard is the probability and intensity, and risk is more susceptibility and exposure. So, you know, it's kind of a word game, but there is some standards with respect to the words that are used on these maps. So I would just be careful about changing what's on there. But these terms are something that mean something to the people that study this every day.
The problem is it's the public and developers who are looking at this, and
Well,
we have to
what?
get them. Yeah.
Maybe in light of that comment, Mr. Chairman, maybe it's better if Greg agrees. Wildlife risk and fuel load map, because it conveys both.
Fuel load and associated, it's got to have fuel load or something like that. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
So what would you like? Wildfire, fuel load, and risk?
Well, I would say wildfire risk and fuel load.
Fuel load / risk. Yeah, I mean, fuel load and associated risk, something like that.
Is that all right, John?
Yeah, sure.
Wildfire, fuel load, and
Well,
associated
yeah,
risk?
my question is, Mr. Miller, does that change the nature of these various items that we're looking at? Or does it still maintain by adding the terminology? Do we maintain what those who deal with this all the time understand and intend by what they've created?
I'm sorry, I can't answer the question. I just wanted to point out that I'm not the expert in this. I just was interested in the folks who are experts in this, trying to define this so that in the future, everyone can be on the same page and understand the terms. So, I'm not going to direct you to go either direction on this. It's not my area of expertise.
Yeah, it was a combination of vegetation, which you could call fuel load, but also wind direction, wind speed, slope. So I think a multitude of factors were intended to contribute to the risk assessment that TSS made. So we could consider clarifying the figure names to better acknowledge all of those contributing variables, and I can do that in close coordination with TSS.
Thank you.
Thank
And I
you.
also think the language on the on page D10 where it talks about helping the city prioritize wildfire mitigation activities such as fuel modification needs to be changed, because Greg made a good point. We're not going to be doing that here. These are like open space wildlands. We're not going to be going in these canyons and clearing them out. This is not cultivated, you know. So something should be changed there.
I'm not so sure we would want to change that. It would be a good idea to maintain that as a recommendation and to prioritize it. Whether we can get the funding to do it, that's another story, but at least there's direction that that's what the city should be allocating resources towards.
Yeah, and if I may build on that, some of the vegetation that is the most dangerous is actually non-native and invasive in some cases. And when you know what the more dangerous areas are in terms of the risk that is partly attributed to the vegetation that is accumulated, this helps prioritize. You're going to want to get rid of it in the higher risk areas that first, right? And that could even be in open space areas, and very likely would be in some cases. Many of the stream corridors have a lot of that kind of vegetation. And that's partly what these consultants were trying to explain. I remember them in a meeting we had with them pointing that out to me specifically. So that's what this is about. And in terms of that southern area, it is rife with all that vegetation. And yes, you're right. As Commissioner Byrne pointed out, we don't have most of the fire approaches coming from the south. It's rare that anybody can even remember it. But here's the thing. When a fire is down there, it doesn't mean there's never a wind that is southerly, first of all. Secondly, the fires create their own wind patterns once they get to a certain size. And so you could be facing an approaching wildfire from the south just from that. So I do think that southern map is just as important as the northern one.
All right. And again, most of this land is not in the city. It's outside the city. So I don't know how we're going to get funding for this, but because the city itself is not going to be doing this, I don't think. So, all right.
Michael, can I follow up on this?
Yeah, please, Dennis.
In the end, we're doing all this really to manage our budget. What are we going to spend our money on? Traffic management, east or west or north or south, or firefighting and technology for firefighting and water for firefighting, north and south, east and west. In the end, every one of these maps has information in it, but my wife isn't going to know what to do, if she has to read this general plan and then figure out which direction she's going to go and who's paying for all this. In the end, that's really what we're about, is how do we pay for the defense that we want, for the offense that we want, and for the long-term viability of the solutions that we are preparing in order to survive in a high fire severity hazard zone. And what about if we change the technology and we detect the fire before it becomes a headline and we put it out? And that's where a lot of the effort is going these days. There's 69 Bravo at the top of Topanga Canyon. That's literally changed the way we detect and fight fires. And should our budget go to help them? Or should it go, in fact, to study more carefully the 34 alternatives of the generation and direction and intensity of a fire? So I'm worried about our discussion in a way, because ultimately, what can we afford to do, when, why, and for whose benefit?
So we could just take it out, but it's probably better to have the information in there. And I think REMA is going to revise it a little bit to show somehow that it's the fuel load, not just the risk.
Well, that's kind of my point. The point is, the more data you have that you're not saying is going to rule the way you allocate your budget and your policy decisions, but helps you inform yourselves as leaders and our citizens as responders to the leadership that we provide, whether it's here in Calabasas or at the Highway Patrol or at OES or at CAL FIRE, all of these. The more data, even if it's a little convoluted, at least it warns our people, our staff, and you and me to pay attention to the stuff, because it matters. When the fire is on, it matters.
All right, Greg, is that okay if we just add some wording about the fuel load?
Yeah, I think it's fuel load, and that's, so get that in there, and that helps a little bit. If you guys want to keep these maps, and I think that helps.
Okay, next.
Okay, so then the executive summary here, same appendix, the executive summary for the evacuation assessment. You know, there's a whole lot of data and there's lots of definitions, there's lots of discussion here, but the conclusions are weak. And the only conclusion that I could find was in the last part of the second paragraph, where it says the findings of the study show that the roadway network in Calabasas is constrained during emergency evacuation events, and evacuating all residents within a narrow window is not possible. Okay.
Wait, where are you looking? Oh,
the first page of the executive summary under
yes.
wild, yeah.
Oh, okay. The findings show, yes.
So it's the second paragraph.
It's not possible. Okay.
Yeah. What I would say is just put a period after emergency evacuation events. What's the 2-hour window? What does that even have to do with anything? This study shows that we've got some evacuation issues, and the 2-hour window, to me, is.
Oh, they were referring to something that they did before, because they've now changed that to a 2-hour initiation.
So forget about the 2-hour window. Put a period after evacuation events and be done.
I see.
We can do that, yes. We were trying to, you're right, Commissioner Harrison, that we were just trying to differentiate between the whole 2-hour discussion we've had at past meetings. I think a lot got lost in translation with that previous presentation, and we don't need to put that in that paragraph, Commissioner.
All right, so that's sort of a leftover. So, okay, go ahead, Greg.
Same appendix, page 29, policy 7-60. Require new developments to provide adequate access and a minimum of 2 roadways with widths and lengths in compliance with the CBC Chapter 7A. When you're talking about 2 roadway widths and lengths, are those to access the community at the same location or in different locations?
The intention is that it's a different location.
Okay.
So that you don't have, for example, a long cul-de-sac with only one way in and out.
Okay, good. Okay, then that's kind of, that was what I was hoping the intent of that was. It's not like we're going to put 2 roadways next to one another and say, well, you know, going the same way and say that's helping anything, right?
Correct.
That's my, okay, fine. So I'm done with that. Let's go to the circulation element on page 6-3. I'll wait till
this
you guys.
Is exhibit B.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. It jumps from B to D to E. I don't know what happened. Okay. So B and what page?
6-3. And there's a second paragraph where it says a number of circulation and capacity challenges. Everybody see that? I think Calabasas Road and Muir Road should be added to that list of significant roadway corridors. Is there a reason why Calabasas Road and Muir Road are not listed in there?
Well, Muriel Road, which part of Muriel Road? The part near you? I mean, the western part?
Yeah, the western part of Muriel. That seems like that should be included in that list.
Commissioner Byrne, where were you again? I'm having a hard time following it. The map on figure 6-1?
No, we're in the circulation element now.
I'm in the circulation element. Yeah. What page was it again?
6-3.
6-3. Ah, okay. Thank you.
Second paragraph.
I'd be okay with adding those.
Calabasas Road and Muir Road should probably be listed.
Because It's referring to the impact of regional traffic that constrains our roadways, and the Muro Road to Calabasas Road makes sense.
Yeah, okay, fine. Same document, page 6-7. When in the general plan approach, first paragraph, it says there's some verbiage. This goal should not compromise the more important objectives of providing safe public places and preserving the essential character of the national environment. I think you should add preserving efficient emergency evacuation routes. I think that should be added to that.
This is on 6-7.
Which paragraph on 6?
General plan approach, first paragraph, near the bottom. I think we should add in their efficient emergency evacuation routes. We should be preserving those.
Well, let's see. Let's look at the context. That sentence starts while it's important to provide for movement of people via personal vehicles, transit, or whatever goods, services. So it's already talking about that is important. Then it's just saying not compromising these other things. So it's important to move people, but then you're going to say, but it's more important to be able to move people in an emergency. I'm not sure what you're getting at.
It should be something that is important with respect to the movement of traffic and people. That emergency evacuation, that is important. So why isn't that one of the items that appear in this paragraph? Beside providing safe public places and preserving the essential character of the environment, don't we want to preserve our evacuation routes?
Yes, so we do have an objective just above the general plan approach that speaks to design, maintain, and operate roadways to facilitate efficient and timely emergency evacuation in case of a disaster or other emergency. So the very top of page 7, third
All right,
bullet.
okay, all right, that's fine. Let's move on. That's fine.
Okay.
I think that's it for that document. Hold on a second here. Oh, no, I've got some more. Hold on. Okay, same document, page 6-10, where we got circulation element themes. Everybody there?
Yes. Very colorful.
That coordination between land use, transportation, and environmental protection programs. The general plan coordinates land use, transportation, air quality, and I think we should say public safety in there and other environmental concepts and strategies. I think public safety needs to be part of this.
I would say that we should not use the word public and just say safety, because public safety is often attributed to police activities.
Okay, safety's fine.
Yeah.
Safety's important. That's the idea. That's okay.
Thanks.
Okay, last bullet point in that, limiting the intensity and or location of future development to that which can be accommodated in a roadway system that has been planned to protect community character and significant environmental features, and is not capable of widening. I think that should be added. Does that make sense? Limiting the intensity or location of development where you have a problem with not being able to widen your roads.
Existing roads, you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. Okay, roads. Okay.
Well, wait, so
I would actually use the term add through capacity as opposed to widen roads, because we may want to do roadway widenings that don't actually add vehicle capacity.
Okay.
So not capable of increasing.
Yeah.
Vehicle through
capacity or something like that.
Vehicle through capacity.
That's fine.
I think it's going to be important. There were enough voices going on here that somebody, maybe Tom, it would be you, can read that whole bullet point with whatever amendment just got nodded with agreement by everybody, because I'm not sure I caught it. And others might not have it either. Tom, did you catch how that's going to be worded?
I'm working on that right now.
And
So
it's
this is
about
the
increase-
this
Go
is the
ahead.
last bullet item,
Yes.
and location to be accommodated on our system.
Yep.
So I think we take out the and. Protect community character, significant environmental features, and
Avoid.
sorry, while avoiding, no.
And which cannot be.
Where traffic volume can't be helped. Or
Right,
increased, something like
because
that.
the noun
Well,
is the roadway
not
system. So it's
increasing.
roadway system, blah, 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 that cannot.
So while not increasing roadway through capacity.
Well,
Okay.
No. Limiting the intensity or location of developments because you cannot improve traffic circulation. You can word it however you think is best.
So that you cannot do what?
Where you can't improve traffic circulation.
Why would you not want to improve traffic circulation when you're trying to help people evacuate in emergencies?
You would want to, but by your own admission, the city's own admission, there's many of these that cannot be widened because of the impact, the environmental impacts. It's in
Yeah, but
your-
I'm not talking about widening roads.
Okay, then let's get rid of widening.
You can create additional efficiencies otherwise. And so why would you want to have a statement that basically make efficiency improvements for the roadway system inconsistent with the general plan, where your general plan's trying to actually improve evacuation efficiencies and public safety?
This is too much wordsmithing here. If you
So what's the objective though, Greg? Tell us.
The objective is if you're going to allow more development, then you have to be able to improve circulation and not degrade existing circulation, something like that,
Okay.
right? You're going to put more volume on the roads. And so what is that going to do? That's going to inhibit movement. It's going to increase congestion.
Yeah, I agree with Greg.
Yes.
I mean,
So
that's important.
So you want to limit the intensity and location of future developments to avoid increased usage of the road.
Right.
Or to ensure that if, as I understand it, as you're proposing, if development is increased, then the roadway can be improved, so the two go together. So that the existing roadway capacity or pick your metric, whether VMT or LOS, is not made worse. So perhaps the bullet could read, limiting the intensity and or location of future development to that which can be accommodated on the existing or improved roadway systems as planned to protect community character and significant environmental features. So we're acknowledging the ability.
Yeah, I'm
to
okay
improve.
with that.
Okay.
Anybody else okay with that?
I'm okay with that too.
All right.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you. Thank
So
you.
Rima, did you catch that?
Yes, and I'm writing it down.
Sorry, you got.
Then
Sorry, guys.
I'm relying on Rima as the scribe at this point, because I have so many notes on that one, I'm never going to be able to read it.
They didn't tell us we had to be stenographers to be on this.
Exactly.
I'm not trying to make this hard, really. I'm not.
No, that's okay.
All right. You guys ready to move on?
Yes.
So move over to a couple pages down, 6-13. Top
Sorry,
paragraph.
where are we going, Greg?
I'm sorry.
613 and Exhibit B.
Oh, we're still.
Correct. Same exhibit. All right. So talking about mitigation, and here's this fee credit. And so I'm not okay with fee credits that are a pass to get out of a requirement of a general plan. So if you've got impacts to an area because of your development, you need to be able to mitigate those impacts, not pay a fee to not have to do it. And the mitigation should be in the immediate area of the development, not on the other side of town.
So the language here, as I read it, is if they build something that city has a fee program for the city to build, a fee that so the traffic mitigation fee that they pay, which is in addition to mitigating any of their specific project impacts, they also have to pay the general traffic mitigation fee. If they build a portion of or one of the improvements that is identified in the mitigation fee program, they get credits for building part of that instead of the city building it.
Yeah, that's the same principle that's
okay.
already
All right, I
applied to the
understand.
Quimby Act for parks.
Yeah, and that's actually a state requirement. We can't make them build a part of it and have them pay a fee.
Okay, I understand now.
The other key piece here is that it taps back into the city's long-term infrastructure planning. So if we plan, for example, to do like our existing project in Mulholland, we've planned for some capacity improvements and traffic improvements on Mulholland. We couldn't charge one developer to pay for the whole stretch, but we can have a plan for improvements, and then as projects come up, charge them their relevant portion. And this language is consistent with that approach.
I think the intent here, Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, the intent here is not to allow them to build something if they can't mitigate it. Just paying money to get away with it is not acceptable.
Precisely.
Right. The money that would be paid would be in part to the city would then install whatever the larger improvement is. There may be a timing challenge in terms
let's
of.
take Mulholland. We're able to widen Mulholland. So what do we do there?
We have an existing project to do a series of traffic improvements on Mulholland as I understand, without adding additional lanes, but I'll let Ms. Holden describe that in detail, just as an example.
The current project on Mulholland that is in construction and portion of it is in design is to improve shoulders on Mulholland without adding additional lanes. There can be some left turn and right turn lanes, but also widening the cross section of Mulholland. So in a situation of an emergency, it can be turned into 3-lane road. That's an example.
And bike lanes, right?
No,
bike.
No, the bikes, it's going to be a class 3 where the bikes, we're widening the shoulders where bikes can now go.
Okay. Well, that's what I meant. I didn't mean like a, separate.
Yeah. So I think to address the question, if you read the paragraph in total, the beginning of that paragraph talks about that we are requiring them to mitigate their specific transportation impacts. And then it comes down to here and it talks about if they build a project that's in a fee program. And I think the thing that's missing out is it doesn't specifically use the term fee program. So I'm suggesting that maybe before transportation infrastructure that we add the words construct portions of ultimate fee program transportation infrastructure, so that it's clear that they get the credit only for fee program infrastructure that they build.
Okay.
Would that be fee program supported infrastructure?
I don't think we need to add supported.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Are we sticking with the concept? If you can't mitigate it, you can't build. You seem to have gotten away from that.
No.
I believe the proposal is to allow mitigation either by direct improvements construction or by funding larger improvements that would once completed mitigated.
Or both.
Or both, as
but
applicable.
not for the same, you can't pay for the same thing twice, but you might be doing both for different impacts.
Is that all right, Greg?
Sorry, I was muted. The intent is they pay for their project specific impacts. They're also paying for the cumulative impacts of them and other development that's happening. And that is the fee program is identifying those because they're larger projects that no one project would probably trigger and or be able to build.
And an example of that is the Las Virgenes or the Lost Hills thoroughfare fee mitigation fee, right?
Correct.
So
That's correct.
This language gives the city council the opportunity to require that additional fee payment for individual development. They're still gonna have to mitigate their own impact, but then it allows the city to get more money or collect more money for this larger project or larger projects.
I don't like it, but I'm not going to belabor this anymore. That's, you've heard my opinion about this.
But let me understand it though, Greg, because maybe we can address it. You don't want what? You don't want, if they cannot mitigate, then you don't want them to be able to build?
If you can't mitigate your traffic impacts, then you shouldn't be able to do anything.
Yeah.
So
why can't we do that?
I was going to say, if we go back to the previous page on page 12, the beginning of their paragraph addresses that concern. It says Calabasas will continue to require new developments to mitigate their transportation impacts, either through local multimodal roadway improvements, intersection operational improvements, reduction in demand for vehicular travel, or payment of mitigation fees, which are based upon the project cost for planned system improvements on each new development's proportional share of the improvements in the vicinity. So this is if they have an impact on an intersection that say for instance, their impact is they add to the traffic that is going to require a traffic signal to be built at the adjacent intersection, but they're only 30% of the impact of that intersection. They're not required to pay for 100% of the traffic signal. They would pay, they could build it and get fee reimbursements from either the city and or future development, but they're not required to pay 100% of something that they don't impact 100%.
Even though
And there's a legal basis for that. Matt can explain it if necessary.
Yeah. Even though they're causing that impact by that building.
They're causing a portion of that impact.
But that portion brings it to the point where that signal has to be built.
Correct. And the courts have determined that they're not responsible just because they happen to be the last project in for paying for everybody's impact.
That makes perfect sense.
It's about proportionality.
Correct.
Yeah, that makes
You can
sense.
only charge a given developer the proportional cost of any improvement necessary to mitigate whatever they're building, not all of it. So, but then that's what these fee programs are designed to do. And when we run it on carefully, as we do, you sort of map out what improvements are needed as the city's long-range planning. And then as development projects come up, you charge them for their portion of those improvements costs. If a development is outside of our long-range planning scale, then you figure out what the impacts would be on top of what we've already planned for and charge them for their portion of that, plus the existing improvements. And then depending on the exact improvement, we would make them do typically local improvements, force them to just do that. But then the regional improvements that feed into their site, those are the proportionate charge.
Right.
We seem to be dodging the point. What if it cannot be mitigated?
If something cannot be mitigated at all, then the city could, with the right findings, deny the project. I think staff's articulating in part that anything can be mitigated with enough engineering. But if that were to arise, if something could not be mitigated at all, with the right findings, in the right context, with the right facts, with the right evidence to support it, city could deny it, subject to precise analysis at that time.
That's what we want to see in here. We want to see that clear.
It does say that in the first part of the paragraph, it's saying that the developer will be required to mitigate. It's not saying that if they can't mitigate, that all they have to do is pay a fee and then move on.
It does.
Actually, it does say they can pay
in totality.
Michael, it says all payment of a fee.
Right. It does say they can pay the fee.
But the fee is what pays for the mitigation measures.
But if it can't be mitigated, they can't get off the hook by paying a fee.
It's not getting off the hook. It's not
pays
get
for the
off the hook.
mitigation
That's the
improvement.
misunderstanding here.
But there's no
a means to
mitigation.
accomplish the goal, which is to get the mitigation in effect. Now,
But in
if
some
you want the
cases, there
language
is no
to,
mitigation. In some
What?
cases, there is no mitigation when it comes
If
to roadway
mitigation measures are
capacity.
not, if mitigation measures for a given traffic situation are not physically possible, then the city could deny the project, assuming all the findings and facts that support that were in place.
Can we
I think
put
what
that
staff's saying is that if they're not, they haven't come across that in the past, anything could be engineered with enough money. Although we'd also have to analyze the federal taking situation depending on the amounts at stake. If the concern is to add language that says if a given project cannot mitigate whether via local improvements or regional improvements funded in their proportionate share, then it could be denied. We could add that, but that's already existing law. I'm not sure what we gain by adding it when it's already true.
Right. And if there is no mitigation measure, there is no fee for them to pay.
Right. It's not, the fees are tied to their proportionate share of planned mitigation measures. It's not just a fee to a pay to play fee.
Right.
And it
Yes,
couldn't be,
Dennis.
because that we would
Dennis.
lose if we were to impose that.
Dennis would like to say something.
I want to get down to something practical that I can understand. I have two examples. On Mulholland Highway between Mulholland Drive and the top of Mulholland Drive before you head to or get to Mountain Park Estates, we have 6,000 students coming to those schools, and there are 9 of them. And the school district allows for as many as 1,200 passes or, vouchers to be able to come into our school system. So if you look practically speaking at what the traffic impacts are on Mulholland Highway every morning and every afternoon that school is in session, is that a project that we can go to the schools in the school district and Louisville High School and say, you need to pay your impact fees, folks, for all the work that we're putting in to taking care of the evacuation potential of you guys and all of us that live there on Mulholland Highway. And that's a practical example to me of what we can do. If we have 6, 10, even 12 developable properties in the entire 14 square miles of our city, and all of the roadways are already sucked up by the 214,000 vehicle trips a day that go through Calabasas on the 101 freeway, and they all escape to Moreau, and they all escape even down to Mulholland, and they come the other direction on Mulholland Highway and fill up, signal light after signal light of traffic turning in all directions. And we're building a park there now. And I know I'm talking in abstract, but also real concepts. How does any of this that we've been talking about for an hour ultimately get us the money to mitigate the traffic impacts that we can't even control, because Z traffic has filled our city? And that's from things 40, 50, 60 years ago that we can do nothing about. I'm sorry to be, so, I guess, emotional about it, but, we can change every word in every paragraph in this bunch of documentation. And ultimately is what's the art of the possible here? That's politics, and that's budgetary, and that's legal, but it's also administrative. And the bad guys aren't the builders. The bad guys are the folks who, for the past 60 years, have ignored what the lifestyle is out here, why everybody comes and lives in this place. Sorry about that. We should be addressing lifestyle issues in an aspirational general plan, public safety element, circulation element, and all the other elements. It has to be aspirational. Where are we going in the next 10 or 20 years? And we can change this 5 weeks from now if we have to. Let's get this moving. So we can start to.
Well, I know it's painful the way this is happening, but I think we will get all our comments resolved tonight, and we will.
I hope not. I don't want to be up until midnight.
Oh, no. Greg, any more items? I only have 5 items.
Yeah, I've only got 2 more. Okay, so we're on the general plan implementation now.
Okay.
If I can just add one last sentence. we shouldn't be treating developers as bad guys. That doesn't mean they're good guys either. They're just people. And we have to accommodate a lot of that by state and federal law. And these elements are actually quite significant. And they're being driven by the fact, excuse me, that we have to come up with a housing element. Let's keep our eye on the ball here.
Okay.
Okay. So 13-7. Page 13-7 of the general plan implementation. 1, 2, 3, fourth bullet point, talk about cluster development. Cluster development is a bad idea with respect to wildfire.
Why is that?
Cluster development is a bad idea with respect to wildfire. In other words,
Right.
developments that are surrounded by, developments that are separated by open space is a very bad idea with respect to wildfire and planning.
Well, my question was, why is that?
Because there is a bunch of fuel between each one of those developments. If there's no fuel, there's no wildfire risk.
Okay. So my question then would be, are you saying it's better to take the housing units and spread them out and have more open space between the houses?
Opposite.
But I think that's what this is talking about, cluster.
Yeah, that's the goal, is to keep those housing units closer together and avoid having open space between individual homes.
Okay, then fine. If that's what that means, then I misinterpreted that. All right, that's it, folks. Sorry, I'll let you know.
No, that's okay. It's better than coming back month after month, every few months and trying to revise it. Okay, I'll just run through mine, and I brought them up before. The first one is on 6-23. It's relocating and widening the Muro Road Bridge and widening Muro Road north of the 101 outside of the city limits. I would imagine this is going to cost over $50 million. It's all outside of the city. It's going to face local opposition from Hidden Hills. I just can't even imagine why this is in there. I would like it all to be removed, but maybe you all want it in there. I don't know.
I agree.
Well, I just had a meeting with the Hidden Hills reps earlier this week, and they asked about it because they'd like to see something like that.
They want the bridge moved, and
They'd like to
widened.
see a better way, an option besides just the 101 to help people be able to move east-west for evacuation purposes. So I'm just saying, I was in a meeting where that specific point was brought up and they would be in favor of it.
All right, I'm not. It's going to cost $50 million. Lost Hills was 30. This is at least 50.
The wildlife bridge overcrossing costs more than that, and people found money for that darn quick.
The wildlife one costs more. I mean, I just don't see it. So it's going to cost more than that then.
But my point is, if the funding's needed for a project that people want, they'll find the funds, but you got to have a policy in place.
No, I agree.
To
I
support
understand
getting the
that.
grants that you're going to need to build it if you need it. All this is doing is establishing a policy. It's not going to make it get built, and it's not going to generate the funds by itself, but it's the foundation for getting it.
I get it. I would like it removed if anybody else is interested. No?
I agree.
Anybody else agree or not?
Yeah.
All
Yes.
right, so let's take that out then. The next one is on 6-28. I think we spoke about this, Michael, and you explained what cut-through traffic meant. What you really mean by cut-through traffic what Dennis was just talking about, the alternate freeway traffic. When the freeway is jammed, you want to discourage people from getting off the freeway and using the local streets. Frankly, I don't even know how you could do that, but I think the definition at least should be clarified to refer to alternate freeway traffic rather than quote cut-through traffic, which doesn't sound like that's what it means. Okay.
Okay, so you're talking about policy number 6-8.
6. Oh, I don't know. It's on 6-28. Right.
Yes, that's 6-8.
Yeah, that's the one.
I
So
don't have
instead
it in
of
front of me. I'm just
regional
looking at my
cut-through-
notes.
That's the Z traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're talking about the word cut. It's just the definition of the word cut through traffic. That misled me. I thought cut through traffic meant going down to the coast. So they don't mean cut through, they mean alternate freeway traffic when the freeway is jammed. Dennis was just
Right.
talking about this.
I think it's actually, I think the intent, so this is a policy that has been in the general plan.
I'm not opposed to the policy. It's the wording. It's not clear to me. If I misunderstood, other people will misunderstand.
Well, cut through, we did not add that, as I think Tom is about to mention.
I think
That's
there's two
already in there.
things. I'm thinking we add language about essentially freeway overflow, because the cut through traffic is the Z traffic, people from Thousand Oaks, Agoura Hills trying to get to Malibu and that way. And that's different from people that are getting off the freeway
See,
because
so that's
backed
what,
up.
so I misunderstood that because I first thought that the cut through traffic meant people going down to Malibu, but Michael told me, no, it means alternate, it's the alternate freeway traffic. So I think then it just needs to be clarified which one you're talking about.
I
Or maybe
guess
you're
it-
talking about both.
I guess it depends if you're, so it's including Mulholland Highway, Las Virgenes and Lost Hills, which to me identifies both of those situations. And it's all in my eyes, it's all cut through because people are cutting through the community as an alternative to taking either the freeway with a congestion or bottleneck that is local or a regional bottleneck of the freeway system just being slow to
Okay.
get to Malibu.
So clarify it then, okay? Say both. It's when you're saying cut through, you mean alternate freeway traffic. And then for some reason, you're not mentioning what Dennis mentioned, the alternate freeway traffic north of the freeway. When you get on Las Virgenes, people are taking Muro Road as an alternate freeway traffic, and then they get on Calabasas Road as alternate freeway traffic, and it all becomes jammed when the freeway's jammed. So you need to mention all of it, all alternate freeway traffic, not just south of.
So, okay, so I think what the wording would be: discourage regional cut through and alternative freeway traffic between the Ventura Freeway and points east and south of Calabasas on roadways such as, and then we can add.
Right, and you don't have to say east and south. You could just say northeast and south. I mean, it's because people take Muro Road too.
Yeah.
Or just get rid of the direction.
Or get rid of the directions, but
Sure.
yeah,
It's
so it's just
outside of
clarifying.
Calabasas.
Yeah, so it would be on roadways such as Muro, Calabasas Road, Mulholland Highway, Las Virgenes Road, and Lost Hills Road.
Yeah, great. That's fine. Everybody okay? Okay. The next one is the map on the communities with single entry on 7-31, which also shows up as attachment A to appendix D2. It's in a couple of places. So let me look at 7-31.
7-31 is the bicycle master plan.
On page 7-31.
Oh, sorry, I'm on 6.
No, it's the same map. The map comes up twice. It's figure 7-9. It's on 7-31, but it's also at the end of the.
Sorry, you changed
in the-
elements.
in
Now you're on the
the-
safety element.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just going to my comments. I'm just looking at my comments. So on this map, it's much better than it was, but it still doesn't include St. Andrews Lane, which is a bunch of homes just south of me. It's between Mulholland and Calabasas Hills.
It's four homes. We looked at this with the idea of trying to figure out just how fine-tuned we were going to have to make this. And if you went to a shared driveway that served 3 homes or 4 homes, where were we going to stop it? In this case, it's 4 homes.
Well, it should. Why would we not include it? It's like
Well,
this
we
is a place
could,
with
but
a single
you-
access. Let's
But
include it.
then we're going to have to add a whole bunch of others that have 5 homes or whatever.
Well, why
So is that
wouldn't
what
we?
the commission
Why
wants?
wouldn't we? This is supposed to be a map of communities or actually it's development is the law with only a single access. And the word is
It-
development, not community of homes.
Yeah, the intent of the law that generated this map is really to account for emergency evacuation. And because 4 homes would be able to easily evacuate quickly, that was why that was not part of the methodology.
They can't evacuate quickly. That's a windy driveway going up, a road going up there, St. Andrews Lane. I can see the houses from my side. Anyway, I would add that. I see it doesn't harm anything. And Paxton, you didn't add that because why? That's a development with a lot of homes.
They have two
They
routes.
have two? Okay. And Avanti, you didn't add because you say that's not a development, but it is a development.
It's a condo property.
But it's still a development under the code. So I think you have to add Avanti, and I would add St. Andrews Lane. What does it matter? You should add all single entry.
Which would mean every residential project that has a single driveway, which is every home.
No.
Because Avante is a single driveway mixed use development.
Right. And you don't think that's important to know that in an emergency?
A home is a development, right? A new home, is that not
Right.
development per
A
our
home
code?
is a development. I would certainly include St. Andrews Lane, and and consider Avanti if you don't want to. Okay, but St. Andrews Lane is multiple homes, separate lots. Then the next one is the climate change discussion. I'm the CalAdapt tool. I told you before privately or whatever when we had our separate discussions that tool is completely out of date. I mean, it was started 10 or 15 years ago, and just as an example, we had 48 days above where I live. I live in the City Hall zone, which is the middle zone. We had 48 days of high heat days. It's days above 99.6 degrees, and which is about 40 years ahead of what they projected in that CalAdapt tool. And that CalAdapt tool assumes that worldwide emissions are going to drop beginning in 2040, and yet Congress just spent, just allocated $1.7 trillion or whatever to try to get it reduce our emissions to be neutral by 2045. I mean, and the governor just cut back expenditures we're going to make in California. I mean, this is totally unrealistic. I wish it were true, but it's just completely out of date and unrealistic. I would add 2 things. One, point out to people that there are 3 zones for Calabasas in the CalAdapt tool if they use it. There's one for Las Virgenes all the way over to all the way west to Canaan Road, basically. That's the first one they used. Then the second one that they used now is the one that's for far eastern Calabasas. It's mostly Woodland Hills and a little bit of Mulwood and Mulholland Heights. And then there's the one in the middle where I live, where the City Hall is, and they all have different numbers and different data. But I think just to let the people know that there are 3 zones, and the tool is, really overly optimistic or, out of date. That's all I would do on that one. If that's
we can
okay.
acknowledge the 3 zones. We try to use the zone with the highest temperature.
Yeah,
so
no, I
that's what we
agree.
have.
I agree. But I think just to point out to people that there's 3 zones.
Okay,
They
we
have
can
to
do that.
put in their address to.
And we are,
find
the CalAdapt tool is baked into the state code. So that's why we
Right.
have to present
I know
it.
we have to use it. I'm sorry, we have to use it. It's out of date. I mean, it's just total. So some language to that effect, that it's very extremely optimistic and hopeful, and or something. But but we're already 40 years ahead of it. I mean, we're decades ahead of what the predictions are.
There is already language that
add-
acknowledges the CalAdapt tool deviates from NOAA's data. That's on page 740.
Perfect.
that's what I was saying. We
Perfect.
did
So
add
perfect. So then just add that there are 3 different quadrants, 3 different quadrants for people in Calabasas. It's just to explain to people, because they may put in the wrong one. And then anyway, and then on the last one, D2, the appendix, you've improved this greatly by pointing out that it's not everybody evacuating in 2 hours, it's everybody will initiate evacuation in 2 hours. But even that, I think, is not realistic, especially in the 1 to 3 a.m. scenarios. And I think it's because it's ironic actually, with all the sources of communication that we have now, all the different ways of being notified, none of them are as good as the single air raid siren that we used to have when I was a kid. That everybody, and it's simply not effective. People, especially at that time, are not, without the air raid siren, maybe we should look into that. We're not going to get notice. People don't all have their phones on, or they're not all checking the radio. They're not all checking their email. I mean, they're just all these different, we have many sources of information, but nothing like an air raid siren.
Well, I might even add that, at least in my own experience, when my wife and I had to get ready to evacuate, and I won't say which fire and from which location, it wasn't in this city, but there was all kinds of social media commentary that was contradicting what the public safety agencies were putting out there. And unfortunately, an awful lot of the general public goes to Nextdoor for their information instead of to the appropriate websites and everything else. That's as much of a part of the problem, is you have people that don't evacuate because they're getting the information from the wrong places, and it's their own choices. I don't know how we address that, but
I don't either, but that is a serious problem that the Public Safety Commission should look at separately. I think how to get actual notice out to people.
So my experience with evacuating twice recently, the only thing that gets people out of their house is a police car driving down the street saying, everybody leave your house now.
Yes, you hear it on the bullhorn, they're announcing, and that works. That does work.
And that generally worked in my neighborhood because you could see the fire.
Right, but I wish there was something else, because I don't think it's realistic that everybody's going to evacuate even in the 2-hour period.
I do want to point out on page 2, on the last paragraph, after the highlighted section, it says the likelihood of all residents evacuating within 2 hours is unrealistic.
Yeah,
as some people would need extra preparation time, may delay evacuating until a later time, or may avoid evacuating altogether and remain in their home. However, consistent with California law, the purpose of analyzing traffic operations over a 2-hour evacuation window is to highlight key intersection roadways that are critical for evacuation. So it acknowledges that it's unlikely.
It's unlikely, but so then add there, it's also because of the I don't know how to say it, diffused notification, the lack of a coherent or clear notification, because we don't have that yet, except for the police officer or an air raid siren. We don't have it. We have multiple channels, and it's confusing. Yeah, yes, Debbie.
Thanks. I just have a couple things. We did distribute some NOAA weather radios to the public, and they came from the fire department, and they're set to go off automatically if there's like a large fire in the area. It may not be like in Calabasas, but it would be, in the region. And they go off at night, in the middle of the night, with a almost like a siren that goes off and wakes you up and alerts you that something's going on. So you need to
that would be great. And if we all had that, that would be great. I mean, that's a solution, but.
Well, we've gave out, I don't know, a couple hundred of them. The fire department has a lot more to give out, so they're free. And, next time we do a distribution, we'll let you know. But we did put that out, and there were quite a few people that came in and got radios.
Are they still available? So we could contact you now, or?
I believe so. The fire department got like 5,000 of them. I'm not sure if they gave them all out, but they were planning on getting another grant to give more out. So
if we had 11,000 of those, or whatever it is, to cover our households, that would be great. But until then, it's like to diffuse all these different methods. Anyway, that's it. I don't want to take.
There's an alert app that people can download that does the same thing.
I have one more comment.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
This is a program, you might have heard it called Zone Haven. And it's going to be an app out pretty soon for the public. And it will, if you go to the app, you punch in your address, it will bring up a map and it'll tell you what zone you're in and if there's an evacuation order or warning. So that's coming out. That was put out by the Office of Emergency Management. And I think it'll be very helpful to everybody. So that's it. It's been pushed out right now. It's just on the internet you can go to a website and look up that information, find your zone. But pretty soon it's going to be an app, so you can look at it on your phone, and should be really helpful for evacuations.
So when that comes out, that will be in lieu of the radio. That would be great too. But right now we have diffuse measures and conflicting information. So it's, and as Michael said, just add something there. It's unlikely, to that section. And maybe people can work on, and the Public Safety Commission, they can work on this, trying to get a singular message out.
They are
Anyway,
working on that. Yeah.
They are working. Great. That's because we need that. So that's it for my comments. And I think, where are we now? Do you have direction to make a lot of changes? And do you need anything else from us? Do you want to come back in also the same time in a month or a couple of weeks?
Were there any comments from Commissioners Fosberg, Mueller, and Washburn as well?
Oh, I'm sorry.
None here.
Thanks, Mike.
I'm so sorry. I thought
None here.
I didn't see any hands raised. So
Very quickly, I just want to say that I appreciate the tremendous efforts by staff and the work that has gone into addressing the various concerns by the commissioners with multiple revisions. I recognize that these elements in the general plan itself set forth policy, and I think we've gotten into the weeds enough. I'm good. I'm good.
thank you. And Dennis, anything else? Or John?
Well,
Anybody?
I have a question of you, Michael. Ultimately, we need to send a resolution from the Planning Commission 2023-746 onto the City Council. And one of the things I was hoping we would do would be to take all of the incredible homework that everybody has done, particularly you three, and relate it to what ultimately goes to the City Council, and how does it affect the resolution, if at all?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, we could probably send it on with all the changes we've made tonight. I mean,
I was
that would be
going
within
to
your
make
power.
the recommendation that the changes that we heard tonight were very clerical and concise in nature. I didn't hear anything that was open-ended that still needed continued discussion. So I'm comfortable taking this conversation tonight, hearing that also Commissioner Fosberg and Mueller and Commissioner Washburn did not oppose the changes that were recommended tonight. I'm comfortable moving this along with the staff making the appropriate changes and having a resolution going to council as such.
Well, and then if you don't mind, what I will do is I will put the resolution on the table, not to stifle any additional conversation, and particularly if there are things in the resolution itself that need to be adjusted for some of the conversation tonight. But I will put resolution 2023-746 on the table for staff to send it on our behalf to the City Council.
And just to clarify, does the motion include that staff will make the changes that were discussed tonight?
Well, at this point, I'm just putting it on the table, and that would be my recommended outcome, Michael. But at the same time, if there is any additional adjustments to the language, as our editors have done so well tonight on all of the elements themselves, then let's get that done, or at the very least know when it should be done and when we can send it on to the council.
Well, maybe we can do it. So maybe we can just take your first part of your resolution to approve what we've done, what staff has done so far with the changes that were made tonight. Is there a second for that? No?
I can second it. I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion then?
I just have one more comment, if I could, please.
Sure, go ahead.
There's one thing that I forgot that I feel is super important, and it is part of the implementation, general plan implementation.
What item are you talking about, Greg?
So this is Exhibit D, general plan implementation?
Oh, it's not the resolution. We're still talking about changes before we get to the resolution.
Okay, then I can hold my comment if you'd like.
No, I'm not,
This is
I'm not stifling. I'm just asking, is that what you were?
This is an additional change?
This is an additional thing I'd like to add.
Okay, what is it?
Okay, so on page 8-16 under the implementation resolution of competing objectives. I think there should be a sentence that says that in the event of competing objectives, that the safety element shall trump all other elements.
Do we have to use his name?
No. I
I
think
would invite Matt
that's
Summers to
important.
chime in on, I think that presents some problems.
Yeah, so I spoke
It
with
does.
the Department of Housing and they said all the elements have to be compatible, have to be consistent, and one doesn't trump another. And so I don't know, you know, Matt should be able to tell us if we can say that.
So my advice is that in the event of, ideally, we harmonize and balance the objectives in each project, in each element, so that you achieve as much as possible all of the elements provisions. If there is, in the event of conflict, the city council or other body making the decision has the ability to balance the objectives. And in the event of direct conflict, typically my advice is that the housing element should control, not the safety element, because the housing element is the one that state mandated should provide for minimum amounts of affordable housing. I recognize that's a policy choice, so I will defer back to the commission to make a recommendation to council. But my advice is that the housing element would be the one that trumps.
That's not what the housing department told me. So they said, no, you do not build in unsafe areas. So
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me.
So it does not trump, the housing element does not trump any other element. No element trumps any other element. So I think you're right, Matt. They have to make it.
And Michael, allow me to do this. Allow
Yes,
me
sir.
to read the resolution language because it solves the problem.
Oh, okay.
Resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Calabasas recommending to the City Council adoption of an updated safety element and an updated circulation element of the Calabasas 2030 General Plan as necessary to comply with California law.
That's general enough.
I mean, it's there. So I would move I'd move the motion. Is somebody seconding it?
I don't think we had a second yet.
I'll
I heard
second.
John.
Oh, no, John did. John seconded it.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is
So
the
we can move
motion the
this-
second to adopt BC resolution number 2023-746
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. But with the changes that we already discussed.
to the documents that are attached? That's right.
Yes, all those clerical changes. Yeah, I don't know how to.
Back up.
Yeah, and Greg, I know you have I understand what you're saying, and I think we have to just tell the city council or whatever that, you know, safety is a bigger concern than the housing department itself. Just call them up and they'll tell you. It's right on their website, actually, on the first page. You do not build in unsafe areas.
Michael, in the end, it's their decision.
Yes, it's
Making
their
a
decision.
resolution recommendation to them. And we all can go there and make more noise if we feel like it.
Oh, if we think it's unsafe, yes.
Well, but if it needs additional improvement from our discussion tonight or anything that happens in the next 2 weeks or whatever. So we're not shut off, and you can always change the general plan. Come on.
Well, we will soon. I believe in a couple of years. I think we have to start working on that. So, all right.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I am concerned that we went so fast tonight that we didn't get everything down that we thought we got down. I think we should see it before we send it off.
How does the commission feel about that?
I think if we go through it again, I mean, there's always going to be a little tiny this and a little tiny that, and we're never going to get this off to council. That's what I
We've got to make sure it's right.
We've
Well,
already had 4 shots at it. If we haven't been able to get it right in this amount of time, shame on us.
I'll invite Commissioner Leah to tell us what's still wrong.
I don't know that anything's wrong. I just don't know that you guys got down everything that was said.
This is recorded,
Well,
Bob. Come on.
Yeah, this is recorded. We can always circle back if we if we look back at our notes and think we got something wrong, so we can definitely make sure we make a
Like Jen's
thorough
thought,
revision.
Circle back.
Chair Harrison, can we call for the vote?
Yes. Does anybody else want to make comments though? No.
One clarification, not to beat the dead horses, but was there consensus from the commission to add the provision as requested by Commissioner Byrne that in the event of conflict, there would be the safety element would prevail as a request to the council?
No.
I think we rejected that.
Okay.
Well,
Not because
I don't know. I haven't heard
not
from
because it's a
Commissioner.
bad idea, but because the ultimate goal here is to get the housing element, enabled. And it's up to us probably to make sure that the city council and our staff pays attention to the importance of our personal interest in public safety. It is clearly a key thing.
So we have to hear from Commissioner Leah and myself on that issue. Commissioner Leah.
I think safety should prevail. I mean,
And I would agree if we say something like should, or, it's preferred or something like that.
yeah, there got to be a good reasons why you're going to throw safety out the window.
It's
So I think we can
competing
change it.
Something
objectives
like-
do not throw something out the window.
In the event of
Then
competing,
vote no.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna get
Motion on
at.
the floor, Michael.
There's a
and-
motion and the
and
motion
Robert
includes-
and Greg is to approve the resolution 2023-746 in the language that's included in the headline and in the body of the resolution. And it's there. Public
But-
safety is a critical factor.
But wait, aren't you including all the changes that were made tonight?
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
With
But now
the-
we're talking about one specific change. So I guess Greg is proposing an amendment to that motion. And I guess I would second the amendment just for the purpose of discussion. And that's to add.
Well, there's a
some-
motion on the floor. Do we need to?
And he made an amendment,
need to
basically.
defeat it, or are you looking?
Well,
to-
wait a minute.
yeah, hold
Greg?
on.
After hearing what Dennis read from the resolution itself, are you still wanting that language in there?
I'd
Or
like to
do
see
you
that.
feel,
I'd like to see the language.
He'd like some preference for safety. So I'll second that as far as an amendment. And now if you want to vote on that amendment, we can do that. All those, I guess all those in favor of adding, preferring safety over development, say aye.
Aye.
Well,
I'll say aye.
Wait.
Anybody else?
I'm not so
preferring
sure that that's,
safety, wait a minute.
that's not the vote.
Preferring safety over development? That's not what anybody was talking about.
That's what Commissioner Greg, that's
No,
what
I
Commissioner Greg was
believe
talking
that
about.
Commissioner Byrne talked
Commissioner
about
Byrne,
saying
I'm
that
sorry.
safety over the other elements, it takes precedence over the other elements, whereas the alternative is all the elements are considered together, and if there is a conflict or a question, it's up to council to make the decision.
And
That's the
any
alternative,
competing
not
objectives.
So we're-
development isn't the
So-
alternative.
We
If
need
I could
to
jump in
hear
here.
yeah, go ahead.
I would like the maker of the amendment to state his amendment. So Commissioner Byrne, can you state exactly what you want added? Then we can have a vote and then make a decision. Because there's too much, we're using too much phrasing without specificity. So I will ask
I mean,
Commissioner Byrne, can you make a direct motion?
So my motion is to include the language that the safety element shall prevail in the event of competing objectives, that the safety element of the general plan shall prevail.
Thank you. The safety element shall prevail in the event of competing objectives. To
Fine.
be added is a sentence in page 13-16 in the section under resolution of competing objectives.
Yes, that's correct.
And that would, in the second paragraph before between those two sentences. So you'd have that as a specific policy, and then in the absence of specific direction, city decision makers will be required to determine the relative priorities as it continues. Which would apply in the event of a conflict, say, between the land use element and the conservation element, other elements. that would be resolved by the policymakers. So that's a specific motion to amend Commissioner Washburn's motion to adopt all of the other changes. So that motion would need a second.
I'll second it for purpose of discussion, and now we can discuss it.
Correct.
Well, then I would like to add that the safety element and the circulation element are aimed at the same thing. We've just spent an hour and a half talking about how critical it is to worry about cut-through traffic and people getting off the freeway and threatening all of our properties and exits and entries to single entry places. That's circulation. That's not public safety. So giving one of them primacy over the other is actually counterproductive, because we want both of those to be seen as really critical elements of the housing element. And don't put housing where you can't be safe and where you can't manage the circulation, for God's sake.
Well, I mean, and these are elements of the proposed elements of the general plan.
Right.
They should be built to work together. And giving, as you said, Dennis, giving one primacy over the other, it doesn't make sense to me. They're intended to be exactly, they're intended to work together. And again, at the end of the day, City Council makes the decision if there is truly a conflict.
Do we have to go back over, Greg's and Michael's and Bob's very specific statements and additions and corrections to both of these elements as a component or as components of the housing element, because that's where they're destined, and make sure that they're appropriate and, corresponding and factual and and implementable. So,
well, let's get back to the amendment.
You guys are putting belts and suspenders on this.
Are there any comments from Commissioner Mueller on that amendment?
Well, I'm not voting, but I would oppose it.
Okay, and then Commissioner Leah, do you have anything to say?
I support it.
All right, so let's vote then on that additional change about the safety element prevailing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, so now we've got that additional language. So, and you have all the other language already, and we have Dennis's motion. Are there any other comments on Dennis's motion? No? Okay, let's call for the vote then. All those in favor?
Well, I'll tell you what, I want to withdraw my support of that motion, because I don't think that fixes anything. I think that actually confounds things that are important to me when I made the motion. So somebody else might want to make a similar motion, they can, but I'm withdrawing my motion.
Oh, okay.
As the seconder of Dennis's motion, which he's just withdrawn, I will reinstate it as the movant.
All right, I'll second it. And I'll second it. So let's call for the vote then. All those in favor of John's motion, say aye.
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 Aye. And all those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Opposed
Okay.
For the reasons I've stated.
No, and
solely because of the amendment,
solely because of the last amendment, right?
the last amendment, yeah.
Okay.
That it creates issues.
So, all right, so maybe we can point that out to the city council or somebody, that
You're going to watch this. You're going to
that you would have supported it except for the very last change.
Absolutely.
Well, I made it,
Absolutely.
But
Staff, just so you know, staff will carry forward what the commission has approved. The council's going to see the resolution and the documents you approved. We are not going to articulate minority views as well. Council can see the tape. They can talk to individuals, whatever they're going to do to understand other opinions. But we're going to carry forward what your commission just decided.
And they can make their own
We will
changes.
note it was not unanimous. So
Yeah,
council will
that's
be
what I'm
alerted that there were more than one view.
But you don't want to tell them that one commissioner would have supported except for this one particular issue?
We will stick to the facts. The facts are that it was a vote that was approved by 3 commissioners, which then meant 2 opposed to it.
And the motion
don't-
was made by the 6th.
We
So,
don't, we're not going to put words in anyone's mouth. So
okay, all right.
We will provide a link to this meeting so that the council can watch it.
They don't
They will
have
be able
time
to
to
get the
watch
tape
this.
so they can see it for themselves without
Well,
anybody
tell
paraphrasing.
them where it is in the tape because nobody's going to watch a tape this long. All right, so now we've got director's report. I mean, thank you all, everybody here who appeared, by the way. I really sincerely want to thank you all because this is a late meeting and you've all come and put 110% into it. So thank you for appearing and for your contributions.
Before we leave the discussion on this matter, Michael,
Oh, yes.
I received and read a letter from Joe Chilko, which I thought had some great ideas in it. And I think are in the spirit of many of our discussions this evening as well. So I would say that rather than that just going in the appendix somewhere in the file, it'd be worth everybody at least looking at that again and seeing how it's pertinent to the discussion we had tonight.
Oh, yes, there's some good recommendations like hiring a full-time public safety director, manager, assuming we have the funds.
Which
So,
may be way for all we know,
yeah, all right. Well, thank you. And any other correspondence? I don't recall if we got any other,
I
but
didn't see any others.
I think there was one from tonight or something, no? Or
No,
from
it was
No.
the same one.
Oh, okay.
It was the same one attached.
Director.
Next is the director's report and then our own reports and adjournment.
Just want to congratulate all members of the commission for their appointments and look forward to a good year. I don't have anything specific on the agenda that appears to be returning other than the one item that was continued tonight to February 16th. We'll monitor, and if something does come up, I'll keep the commission posted.
Thank you, Michael.
Great.
Any reports from members of the planning commission? It's been a long meeting and I know it hasn't been pretty. It's like making sausage, as they say. But on the other hand, we got it finished pretty much and out of our hands and let council do their own sausage making, I guess. So thank you for staying up for 4.5 hour meeting and contributing all your thoughts and efforts. So I appreciate it. Everybody appreciates it. So with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nobody opposed. We're finally unanimous. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you
Night.
all. Good night.